Hi, it's stream 221. Tomorrow's going to be stream 222, all twos. Yeah, so I'm working on a game. You can check it out now. And up until this point, the monsters have been passive. Well, it's time to change that. We're going to have the monsters fight back. That's the goal for today. Don't know if I'll actually get it done today, but it'll be done this week. That's going to be major goal for this week is for the NPCs to no longer be pushovers, but they're going to actively fight back, maybe even pursue players. But before that, I had one little loose end, which is the item despawn system. I forgot to do that last week. And hold on a second. Sorry. If I don't add that system, we're going to have problems with when people drop items, they just sit there forever and clutter the whole world. Hey, they're playing with Skizzers. And I should say hello to Rally Monkey and Nui, who were here right before the stream started. Just wanted to say bye, and that worked. Why would that? What do you mean? Oh, got a chance to try the latest version of the game a few minutes ago. Spoke to a tiger. Couldn't find any common ground. Oh, so you found Bill, right? Bill the tiger. So you can ask him. Just remember, just like in Ultima games, you can always ask name and job. And then from the text you get back, there are clues about what else you can ask him. So, for example, it's Tiger. So you can ask him Tiger, how very observant of you. I didn't add very much here, but that's the whole point, is that you can get clues about what you can ask NPCs from other things that they tell you. Because I really like that style of dialogue. Yeah, there's not much you can do yet. Anyway. Removing the items from the world, so they don't... Right now, the only way the items get removed is if NPCs step on them, which I guess I could still put in there. I'd rather have it so that items stick around for a certain amount of time, give you a chance to pick them up, and if you don't pick them up, then they just kind of disappear. Unless, I guess, if they're marked special, like they're not supposed to be destroyed, then maybe they would just always sit there. I don't know. So we'll put something in there based off of time, I guess. And then I want to work on monsters fighting back. So to prepare for that, I'm going to give player characters hit points and dexterity, just like I added for NPCs. And then I'm thinking about adding an aggro table, like a lot of games have, so that NPCs can have a list of targets. And maybe at first I'll just keep it so that you don't get aggro unless you hit them first. So they basically only retaliate. And they would retaliate based off of some simple equations, like maybe who's the last player to hit them, or how much damage have they recently acquired from a player. And I don't know if I'll do the pursue the player, but I could just do the attack the target if they're still there. So as you're trying to attack an NPC, it would be able to attack you back. And then I need to decide if the player actually dies, what do we do? I'm thinking about giving the player a choice. Like in other games, you can remain dead and perhaps be revived by another player, although I won't have a mechanism for that at first. So you just sit there and basically be a spectator for the area that you're in, or you can choose to respawn at a safe spot. So I don't have anything called a safe spot yet. What I'm thinking about doing is changing the NPC spawning system so that it's constrained, so that perhaps the NPCs would spawn only in this open world area, and the safe spot would be maybe a castle or a little I don't know, some safe zone, and maybe represent the safe zone on the map. So where you might be in a different map, like something like this, and then maybe there's an exit, and when you go through the exit, you pop out of the world here, and there'd be an icon here you can step on to re-enter that safe zone. Something like that. Yeah, they're Tamos. So yeah, there's a couple things to work out. So item despawn system. So I think there are two elements of that. When players drop items on the ground, like here, I'll go over here and drop this sword. If I go look at where look at that sword, here it is, and I'll take the statistics of that item and show it here, the KM, right, and then say JSON, and then format. So I'm thinking about adding another key to this would be like, we already have a cooldown for hitting, but I could have something like, oh, I don't know, despawn timer or something. I'll just draw a despawn timer, and then I would abbreviate that to like DT or something, and then that maybe that would be assigned when you drop it on the ground, and it would be an actual timestamp. So I don't know what's the current time, 15632099999 or something like that. I think we're beyond that in Unix time, right? But anyway, and when the game time or when the absolute time reaches that, then we would have a system that would just delete the item. So that's what I think I'm gonna do. Hey there, JNet9. So this would be a change when you drop an item, right? So that's actually built into the backend, so I have to change that in the C++. So let's go find that. I can't remember where I put it though. I guess I'll trace it down to the message that comes in from the front end. Probably drop inventory item. Here we go. So that would show up under coordinator ECS. Drop inventory, we go. Okay, so it just puts the object into the world, modifies the player so they no longer have the item. So this is what I would have to modify to give the item a despawn cooldown. I'm wondering now, did I make a test for this? Probably not. Oh, hey there, Chris. Yeah, you're being rating me. How was your stream, Chris? I missed all of it because I was asleep. Mr. Sir. For those who don't know, Chris made this overlay here. It's called Stream Parrot, and he's graciously letting me alpha test it for him. And I haven't had any comments about it, which I take to be a good thing. Working on lazy loaded background image thing. Had to fork it. Interesting. Okay, I'd love to ask you later for more details about that. Right now, I just have the default settings for the overlay, so I'm not messing with emotes or background or anything like that. I think the only thing I did was made it semi-transparent, so that just like the Stream Elements one, it kind of obscures what's behind it, but it's also kind of transparent. Don't forget to unmute you and disconnect. Oh, that's for Chris. Okay. Meant the marketing site. Oh, okay, not the overlay then. Got it. Yeah, it was fun to watch you work on the picking the images for when someone decides to delete their account, and you have the picture of the desert. It's like, this represents how we feel about you in their Malvex. So for those who are watching Chris who haven't seen me before, to give a brief intro. So I'm working on a multiplayer game. It's reminiscent of the Ultima series of games. So it looks like this, where you see the world in terms of tiles, 2D pixel art. And these are just random NPCs walking around. There's a sign up there. There's a teleporter over there. And I have that's the public zone. So like anyone, no one's logged into the game right now, but if you were logged in, you would appear here, and then you can walk around and do stuff. And there's no content yet. I'm still working on the core mechanics of the game. Here's the test area I have on my local machine. And probably shouldn't leave that sword lying around, because if an NPC steps on it, it can destroy it. But yeah, you can walk around, you can pick up items, you can go battle these NPCs. So if I swing enough times, I kill that ogre. I could maybe damage that one and let it heal up. I put these game systems in last week where there's you can attack NPCs and kill them, or you let them heal up, and there's little health bars and all that stuff. So I'm going to work today on having them retaliate. So as I'm attacking this guy, I'll be added to his aggro table, and he'd start attacking me in return. Excuse me. Yeah. You're having some internet issues. Earlier, Chris hopped in the Discord so you can listen to the stream. Oh, I get it. I gotcha. Yeah, so this is going to be a multiplayer RPG. You can have other players go in with you. There's going to be a lot of different activities. There's not much yet, but we can play around with it. There's that in addition to that combat system, there's a primitive dialogue system. So I could talk to Bob here, and I can ask him his name. He's Bob the guard. He guards this place. Make sure all the peasants stay in line. You are a peasant, aren't you? Yes, of course you are. There's a new secret option that I added for getting these swords in the first place. You can say sword, and it says need a weapon. I have a spare sword. Would you like it? You say yes, and he gives it to you. Actually, I already had one, so I don't really need it. So let me drop it near an NPC and let them destroy it. If that NPC would be so kind as to step on that sword, maybe it won't do it. Anyway, if an NPC steps on... Oh, there it goes. Stepped on the sword and destroyed it. Yeah, so today I'm working on NPCs retaliating to you when you attack. So right now my item despawn system is waiting for an NPC to step on the item and it destroys it, but I wanted to have something time-based. So I'm going to do that first, but after that I'm going to give players attributes we need for receiving attacks. And they can give NPCs this ability to fight back, and then we'll be able to die and then respawn. Yes, I was just talking as the raid came in that I need to determine where the safe spot is. So a couple things. We have to be able to go there. So I need to record the coordinates somewhere. Maybe in the zone that you're in, there would be a safe spot coordinates. Number 2 is we can't let NPCs get in there, or else they will literally spawn camp you and kill you as you respawn. So we don't want that. Thanks for the follow. And as always, I'm open to any suggestions you might have, any questions. I try to answer them. I don't mind getting sidetracked a little bit to answer questions. So people like to ask what are the different parts of the game, and just really briefly, the front end of the game is a combination of JavaScript tech. So there's Phaser for drawing the graphics here, and there's React for the rest of the UI elements, and in the back, in behind that is Redux for keeping all the state together. That's in the browser, so that's what we call the front end of the client. And the back end or the server sits on, usually it's going to be in the Amazon cloud, but when I'm testing, it's on my same computer, and we go talk between the front end and back end through WebSockets. So if I open up this panel here and refresh to see the network traffic, you can see all of the information from the server comes in as JSON messages. And any information back to the server, like player inputs, whether we want to move, is going the other direction on the same WebSocket. So it works pretty well. The back end of the server, there are multiple servers. And I'm using a consensus algorithm to coordinate the three. So one server ends up being the leader, which runs all the game systems. And the other two, which are followers, end up just making copies of the game, so that if the leader were to die, one of the followers could keep the game going without having to wait for a restart. Hold on a second. I had to clear my throat. I apologize. So I implement a lot of this stuff from scratch, which is why it looks kind of primitive. I like to do stuff from scratch because I learn a lot that way. It's really fun for me. It's a bit different from other game devs who will use a game engine and get a lot quicker, faster progress. I have a lot more control about what I use, but it takes me longer because I have to do most stuff from scratch. So, for example, this clustering technology to have the three servers coordinate, that's I started with the white paper that someone wrote and basically implemented that. It took a month or two, and it's still not done. There's some bugs in it still, but it works pretty well. I can kill the leader server, and clients don't really notice too much. There's a slight lag while there's an election between the two remaining servers to pick the leader, and after the leader gets determined, then the game resumes, and there's no data loss, because every change to the game state goes through all three servers and gets recorded on each server's file system using a journaling type of thing, where every change is a line in a journal, and then every once in a while the journal is rolled up into a snapshot, like a saved game state kind of thing. So that's my spiel. For anyone who hasn't seen that before, please ask me any questions you might have. Okay, despawning items. Yeah, I don't have a test for that. Oh no, I do. Okay, so I can add to this test. This is using test-driven development and Google Tests, so it's kind of like a self-contained program where we share a lot of utilities, and we're setting up and describing a use case. So the use case here is that a player drops an inventory item. So we add a test user, we create a sword, we create a player, we put the sword in the player's inventory, we put the player in the world, then we mobilize a game server. We have a player. These are all like pretend connections, so add a pretend connection from a player, do a pretend login. That's why you'll see things like mock, not a real game state journal, but a pretend one. Then the player sends the game a message to drop inventory item in slot 1, which is this sword. And then we check, this is what the asserts are, we're checking to make sure that the server adds a journal entry to say that to the entity component system, we want to create a position component for the sword, basically saying that the sword is now in the world at the same coordinates the player was, right? And then we also expect a modification to the player's component to clear the inventory, right? So in addition to this, I'm going to say we also expect the item to be modified as well to add the despawn cooldown. So that'll be item, and this will be the sword entity, and the delta will be, we're going to add a new key. So key item. So I don't have item keys? Maybe I don't. Okay, let's add a item key. Where should I put it? Maybe right here. These are keys to a JSON object, and I have them defined by name because I try to keep the objects small. It's sort of an intermediate step between having full JSON, encoded strings saved to the game snapshot and having it in binary, which I probably will move to eventually. But right now, I keep it as text so that's easy to debug. But I try to keep the text small, so the keys, keep them short, and then have more descriptive names in the actual code, source code. Key item, despawn. Let's call it despawn time. So it's not a cooldown, but like a time. When we reach that time, we'll despawn the item. We'll just keep it DT. I just need to make sure it doesn't conflict with any other keys I use for that component. So that's why I had pulled it up here. There's no other DTs. There are a couple of D other things, but no DT. So this would be a DT that we're adding. Despawn time. And then we have to have a despawn time. I need to figure out what that's going to be, right? One problem might be that this is done by the executor. Actually, we'll figure out. We'll just say that there has to be some kind of despawn time. What do we expect it to be? Probably based on the time in the server plus some kind of constant. This is where we get to decide what we want. Double despawn time. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat again. Don't know what it is, maybe allergies. But my throat is not cooperating with me today. Despawn time. Mock timekeeper. Current time plus I don't know, how long should items stay in the world? Maybe like a minute or something? So plus 60. So this is sort of like this. The test also doubles as documentation and specification. So this is basically saying we expect items to despawn after 60 seconds. All right. So that's one half of it. The other half is that we need a system in place that when items that are in the world have despawn times that are in the past, we need to destroy the items, right? So I'll do that using a Lua system just because it's easier to prototype. First build of the day of the backend code takes a while. Maybe while it's building, we'll get a head start on this backend despawning system. So here's one system. Let's make a new one. So this will be called item despawn. And let's say we, instead of checking every game tick, since it doesn't have to happen very often, we'll have it check every second or something like that. My phone wants to update, and whenever it tries to update, it's not plugged in. It says, oh, I guess we're not plugged in. We can't update right now. Okay, so, all right. The system I copied from looped through all the NPCs. Now instead I'm going to loop through all of the items. I'm hitting the wrong keys. And we only care about items that are in the world. So what I'll do is I'll have a nested function inside of here that says, what was it? With, not this with components of type, it's with entity component of type. And just to make sure, let me find another script where I use this. There we go. With entity component of type, and we take a function type and entity. So function type, which is position, and then entity, which is item entity. So let's get rid of all the code after that we copied from. And yeah, this should be item. So what this basically says is when the function is called, that we only care about update events in the game systems, and we see if we haven't run before, or if the time since we last ran was a second or more. I guess we can do equal, greater than equal to. Then record the time now. That's so that we can compare it the next loop. So this only runs once a second. And then it will say, with all components of the item type, call this function. And this function says, for the position component of that item, call this function. And then this will have to say, if the time is, well, we have to have a despawn timer, right? So if item.dt and item.dt is less than or equal to the time, then we're going to despawn the item. So despawn, similar to how we do, not regen, but in the attack system when you kill an NPC, right? Right, just this one, destroy entity. And let's put a little chat message so that we can actually see a message when it happens. And there's no player, so let's make that a 0, and we'll say, not that the horrible monster is dead, but an item has fizzled away. So then we'll destroy the item entity. So the way I have designed my game, the game systems work with the components in an immutable fashion. So it's read-only. If you want to actually make a change, you have to feed back to the rest of the game. So it goes to a component called the coordinator, a request to do something. So for example, this request is to destroy the item. The request first gets replicated across all of the servers in the cluster, and then once it's been committed or verified to have been saved in all the journals, then the executor component on the leader server, actually on all the servers, the executor component on all servers will then execute this request, which the executor is the only component in the server that's allowed to actually make changes to the components. So it actually goes and destroys the entity at that point. And then the next time the game system runs, it won't find that entity when it does with components of type item. It just won't be in the list anymore because it'll be gone. So let's give this a try in concert with this other one. Maybe not have it wait. Where is it? Maybe not have to wait a minute. Maybe we'll change that temporarily to wait 5 seconds. Sound good? So what we were just working on is a prototype new system in Lua. This existing system for dropping items is in C++, so that's why I'm having to go change the backend server code. I'm waiting for the test explorer to pop up to give me this little convenient button to run. And I expect the test to fail because I haven't written any code changes to do that. So it's basically saying, here are the actions we got, create component and a modify component, and there's no modify item to set the despawn time. So let's go add that. So we need to go to the corresponding code, which will be in a system like this. Yes. Right. So it's the coordinator that's taking the request from the client and coordinating with the entity component system. So in this case, the player asks to drop a certain inventory item. It makes sure that there is an item there. And what is this doing? Oh, it's computing what position component to give the item. And yeah, so we need to add the other modify that we expect in the test. So modify the item. And this is item entity, right? Item. It's just item. The delta will be key item despawn time, and we'll take the ask the timekeeper what the current time is, and then we'll add the give those on different lines. I want to add the amount of time. I guess I'll make it a fixed constant, although it would be cool if I maybe could have this not hard-coded. I will just hard-code it for now. Item despawn time. And we just need to add that somewhere. This probably includes constants. Yes, game constants, so we can put it here. And I didn't comment those. Shame on me. We'll comment this one. This is the amount of time in seconds between when a player drops an item. Actually, let's make it when an item gets dropped. Gets dropped into the world, and when the item should be destroyed. If not picked up. That's the other thing, is when we pick it up, should I remove the despawn time from the item, or should I just leave it? I guess I could just leave it, because if it gets dropped again, the despawn time will get reset. Yeah, so it should be okay to just leave it. So define that constant. Okay, and it's going to add that, so we can test that now. Cool. All right. So now when items get dropped, they should have that field added. So let's test that. So take a snapshot of the current game state so that I can pull the game down and then restart it. Well, hey there, Clayman. Sorry, I didn't see you. You waved at me 5 minutes ago. Hope you're still here. A lot of the times, it's not that I'm ignoring you, it's that I don't see the chat because I'm busy working. Alright. There's this graphics bug that happens for the GM, and I have to refresh that to fix that. And one of these days, I will look into that bug. Okay, so I don't want to test my own sword. Let me find Bob and ask for a second one. Where are you, Bob? Bob, where are you? There's Bob. Okay, Bob, please give me a sword. Yes. Thank you. So now I have a sword. I'm going to drop it somewhere. I want to drop it where there aren't any NPCs that might step on it. We'll go down here and drop it. So I drop it, and I can inspect it now and see that it should have that despawn timer on it. Yep, it has it there. So I'll show you guys by copying and pasting it back into buffer 8. Or was it buffer 7? Yeah. Format. So there it is, right? So you can see the item's still there in the world, even though 5 seconds has elapsed. That's because I never added the script that I was working on here, this item despawn. So let's add that now. Item despawn. Add script, edit, paste, submit. Okay, there's an error in it. It is on line 16. It says an item is a nil value. Interesting. Oh, is it because the time is nil? No. Item. Did I get that wrong? Oh, right. The item is not given here. Right. So that's the bug. So let's edit the script and submit and then clear. I expected that item to disappear, but it didn't. Hey there, Threnin. Happy little sword. Yeah. It's supposed to be sent to oblivion, but right now it is not. I suppose I should put a message here if it is not, right? Let's say else. I still want to check only if it has a despawn time. Not yet time to destroy item. I want to actually see that. Submit. Oh, wait a minute. We've been seeing that message a lot, but the item's not being destroyed. Okay, so it must be a problem then in this code here. Oh, you know what? This is position. I got this totally wrong. That's the position of the item. Okay. So I probably don't need that, right? Edit that script, submit, and oh, the sword's gone. Oh no! I think that's a good thing though. We need another sword to test with. I don't want to lose my only sword, man. And yeah, this chat's gonna interfere, isn't it? Let's go find Bob again and get a new one. Actually, we're gonna be killing a lot of swords, so let's just ask Bob for a whole bunch of swords. He doesn't mind. Just load up on swords, right? And let's go back out to the main zone here and just drop the swords around. So drop, drop, drop. There, it's they're despawning correctly. Nice. Okay, cool. Working. Couple things. I don't need to see that message anymore. It's sort of like a diagnostic message anyway, so let's get rid of it. And then go back into the game system. Submit. That's the main reason why I wanted to have Lua embedded in the server is so that it's really quick and easy to change game logic. I don't have to rebuild the server when I do that. The part I do need to rebuild is the item dropping, which is built into the server. We need to change it so that that constant is 60 and not 5 now. Fortunately, it's not that hard to change because I have a constant. I just need to change the constant. 60 and then rebuild. Mod me? I am a mod. Let's see. Don't know what you're asking me to do, Skizzers. Oh, you're giving me a... Oh, ha 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 ha. Thank you, Skizzers. Well, Bob is helping me out with the swords too, so... Bob is such a generous guard. Alright, restarting. So it should have that graphics glitch. Graphics glitch, and then reload. Cool. Back in business. Need to find Bob again. I hear a creature outside my house. There's Bob. He was right on the destination. Sword, please. Such a generous guard. He's got like an infinite supply of swords too. Alright, so let me just drop sword there. Actually, he's gonna step on and kill it, isn't he? No, he walked away from it. Let's put one over here in the corner. So after a minute, these swords should go away. If that... Maybe I should defend it. Let's attack him so he doesn't have a chance to destroy my items for me. Creature, yes. Hold on, while we're waiting for the minute, I'll just mute my camera. You can watch the swords disappear, but I need to go find out where that creature is outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. False alarm, no creature. Thought I heard a meow, but just reduce the time for the despawn to something like 5 seconds. Yeah, well, that's what I started with. But I didn't want it to stay 5 minutes, so yeah, that one's gone. Now that one's gone. So now, yeah, it's working. So items will stay in the world for a minute. And I'll have to think about later how to control that programmatically and not have it hard-coded. I think for now it's fine. So if you drop an item, you have like a minute to pick it back up. Or for someone else to pick it up and steal it from you. A loot ninja. So next, actually let's check that in. This was what am I getting? My phone is like bothering me. This is the item despawning. So despawn items dropped to the world after a certain time. Really, the better grammar would be after a certain time, despawn items dropped into the world. A 1K streamer started a stream for something, and an hour later he already got 5,000 euros? Wow. Clayman's the 1K streamer? What's a 1K streamer? You mean like 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers? Donate, please. Exactly. All right. Next. Adding player character attributes. I think the way I want to do this is I have something in the backend which will add stuff if it's not there when you log in. And I even have some unit tests for it. Almost 1K viewers, right? I think anything over like 200 viewers is like a major streamer. But I'm just used to the numbers I see in science and tech. You get past that point, I think, then you have to have some tools set up to moderate chat, like more than just one or two people scanning for bad things and auto mod and stuff like that. You have to actually you have to have a system in place, right? And yeah, then you start, when you ask for things, you actually get them because there's enough. No, you're not a tool. I mean tools like AutoMod. You have to have more than a few moderators and tools. There you go. Correct myself. Okay, where did I do this? Probably where I did login. No, there's too many login hits. Well, actually, if I search this enough, I'll find it, right? Hey there, Liquidor. Have you had a chance to bot my game any further, Liquidor? Let's see. Missing? No. That's gonna be hard for me to find this, isn't it? What if I just do that and then look at the names? Oh, it's not in here. Where would it be then? Is it in our profile? I don't remember which test framework I put it in. Been some chaotic times. I'm sorry. Should be back to normal this week. Hopefully, since it's your vacation now. Well, I hope so. I hope vacation's normal and not chaotic. More than two. I see. Okay, I can't find the damn thing. So, what would I search for? Something like missing? Oh, right. Executor. Yes. So it would, yeah, executors deals with this stuff. Is this what I want to model it after? Oh, this is part of the player record. It's not exactly what I want. I think it is executor. Aha. Here it is. It's on login, log out. Yeah, here we go. Create character, interact, create character player. So let's modify this, I think. So it's not create character player, it's give character missing attributes on login. So we'll create the component of type player. Thanks for the follow. You don't have to catch up as soon as possible. What is vacation exactly? I know exactly what you mean by a bit of burnout. $30,000. Yeah, I'll get you that tomorrow. I'm just kidding. It was Rally Monkey I owed, or that we were pretending that I owed. And one of these days, you're gonna get me, and I'll be like, "Oh, did I owe him money?" You have to make it a realistic number though, like $30, not $30,000. Okay, so this test I copied from expected that this was created. So I need to go into two places, because if it doesn't exist at all, we'll have to create it from the get-go. If it's not in there, it needs to be added, right? So player's ID, the number of points, and if they're a moderator. What else? Actually, what is in a player record? What's in my player record? Let's see. I'm surprised the items aren't in that list. Format. There's a bunch of stuff in here. There's the mod, there's the points, there's a player ID. What size monitors do I have? I had that under specs. What does it say? And then I had to look that up. So, what's the Samsung SD300? So that is, you should just say like, shouldn't it be on the search results like how big it is? I don't know. Or is that the 24? I'm going to say it's the 24. So 24 inch on the left. And the other one was what? LG ultra wide? I thought I had that more specifically. Maybe that's on this page. Let's see what I have written down there. Oh, I thought I had the model number written down somewhere. I think it's like a 29 inch. Yeah, so you guessed 27. It's about that big. It's not terribly big. But the ultra wide just makes it, you know, width-wise bigger. All right. Yeah, I'm surprised that these are only the 3 things added. Let me double check. What does the executor do? On player login. Oh, yeah. Only ID, points, and mod. So what adds the other things? Wait a minute. If it doesn't exist, create it. If it does exist, then... Oh, that's a bug, isn't it? We should add the inventory here. This adds the inventory if your component did exist. But if it doesn't exist, we don't give you inventory slots. I remember this being a problem. Let me try to reproduce this. So if I create a new account, log in Bob2 chickens. Oh no, I have to do a new account, don't I? Bob2 chickens. I bet I'll show up without any inventory. Oh yeah, look at that. And then if I refresh, I'll get an inventory, right? Yeah, look at that. Okay, so let's destroy this account. Delete. And I should include that in the test here, shouldn't I? That the player should have an inventory of what? I'm surprised that I didn't update that test to include that. Why did I let that bug happen? Oh, I never had a test for this, that's why. Well, that explains it. And this is actually the wrong values. It shouldn't be zeros. I decided to make those null if there's no item. That should be null pointer repeated 3 times. And this should expect that exactly. There we go. Yeah, I hope you feel refreshed soon, Liquidor. If you really bad habit slouching forward at your desk when you're sitting, maybe your small monitors aren't so much at fault. Yeah, I would try. For me, it was sitting too high up. Just lower your chair so that your monitors are at the eye level. You don't have to slouch forward. Also, it could just be just a natural lazy habit. Yeah, if the desk is too low, lower the chair. I don't even have a desk. I have like an armoire thing. I kind of sometimes wish I had a desk so that I could be more flexible. All right. What does it not like about that? I am missing some syntax. I'm missing that parentheses there. Okay. I suppose we'll update this at the same time to add the new key I was going to add in the first place. No, I don't have a desk. I have an armoire. Have you heard of this thing? Armoire? I don't even know how to spell it. It's not armor. I don't even know how to spell the damn word. It's not armor. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Rally Monkey. Yes, I have one of these things that has like, you open the doors and there's an actual like desk inside. Armoire desk. Yeah, like this thing. I have one of these. This is exactly what well, not exactly, but I have something like that. So it's not like you can add space or like adjust it or anything. It's built into the friggin' cabinet thing. Got one of those. Well, it's a desk built into a cabinet, basically. So it's not like I can upgrade to another desk because it's just like it's also a cabinet with a lot of junk in it. Okay, it's not inventory ratting, right? It's let's go to where I had this defined. Oh, I haven't defined it yet, so it'll be just like I had for NPC. Oh, I didn't have them defined here. They're all in Lua right now. Okay. So let me look at the game system where we did this. The NPC spawning. Oh, that is in. Okay, why did I not use keys then? I don't remember. At least you don't have to iron your monitors then. Yeah, that's what I had to do. I had someone put my chair up, I think, and I didn't notice, and I was starting to get numbness in my hands, and because my wrist was being like I wasn't noticing, but my wrist was being bent as I was using the computer all day. So I lowered my chair, and then it cleared it up right away. All right, this. Where am I looking at? NPC spawning. Yeah, this. Okay, yeah, I didn't have keys for these at all because I was lazy. But I essentially want some of the same things, right? I want these three. So I want hit points. Maximum hit points. And then dexterity. Let me locally sort all of these. I just don't like it when they're not sorted very well. Okay, and then dexterity. There we go. So, hit points. How many hit points should players get? I don't know. 24. Dexterity? Let's give them a reasonable amount of dexterity. Actually, monsters had 15, right? Or did I lower it? I don't remember. It was 15, but how was it we were hitting more often? Oh, I had a -5 in there. Okay, yeah, I'll have to. I just need to put something in here for now. I'll just make it 15. 42? Never bother with adjustable table for like ever. Yeah. What's more challenging? I don't know, Liquidor, do you use um a fixed microphone ever like this? This makes it even more challenging because like I have to actually actively adjust the mic if I sit up straighter. Nerding, is that what it's called? I suppose. All right, so this is if we're creating a new one, and where's the test? Actually, that was where we were. That's what we expect if it's newly created, and then I misspelled that, didn't I? These we're going to add together, so I only need to check. I need to create it with these already in it, and then make sure that hit points and stuff gets added. So that's here, right? And the player ID is down here. So let's chicken and egg problem, isn't it? If I wait until after, then I'll know the player ID. There we go. There we go. Fixed it. Hey there, Anakim Luke. You don't know a lot of C++, so you'd like to know why to use all those lines of const strings instead of using define with the preprocessor. So define with the preprocessor is how you make constants in C. In C++, the a better way is to either use const or const expr. It's essentially moving the knowledge of the constant from the preprocessor to the compiler. So an advantage of that is more compilers are more likely to know what this is at runtime. Whereas if it's a pound define, a compiler might not see it because the preprocessor handles it before it actually gets compiled. So I think you can do this in C now. In C99, you can do the same thing, declare a const, and then use that instead of pound define. But it's so ingrained in C programming historically that most people even now still use define with the preprocessor for constants in C. I try not to though, because the last job I was at, people abused the preprocessor so badly that code, even if you could read it, you had no idea how the program would actually run, because there would be like, well, if foo is defined and spam is not defined and bar is defined, and you had to have this combination of preprocessor macros, and it was just nuts. So I kind of got PTSD when it comes to using the preprocessor, so I avoid using it. And so constants, they are named constants, they're not preprocessed. And the compiler removes it anyway, right? It's just removed at a different stage. It's removed at the compilation stage, not the preprocessor stage. I don't really care that the preprocessor is faster though, because it's not like building takes longer than a few minutes. So sure, if building the code took an hour, then I would take a step, but probably before doing a preprocessor, I would do a pre-compiled headers, if that makes sense. Compile once and then reuse the intermediate pre-compiled header. Yeah. Well, hopefully I answered it well enough. But I'm not saying that it's the right or wrong. If I looked at code and they define these with pound defines, I'd be okay with it. It's just personally I like to make them named constants nowadays. All right. Right, so we expect all of the things to be added, right? If they weren't there before. Let's do it. Oh, inventory is missing. Inventory is missing. Preprocessor is used for metaprogramming, yeah, but the problem is you can't see it at runtime, right? Because all of the well, most debuggers don't incorporate information the preprocessor has thrown away. I guess if you're using a really good debugger that could see what the preprocessor did, then it'd be no problem. But the debuggers I'm used to using, they just if the information was discarded by the preprocessor, then yep, tough luck. Okay, these tests are going to fail now, right? Because they don't have the new records that I want added. This is not adding these 3 new records there. It did add the items, though. Well, no, I added them. I wonder if I should make that a separate test. I probably should, so let's do that. Should have a test that inventory is added. Because that actually was a bug. So, give character missing inventory. So we'll have them start with everything but the inventory. And verify that when they log in, now they're given an empty inventory. There are constants as well, which can only be saved as a string of tokens using preprocessor. You mean like if you're gluing things together? I've heard that people that are really good with C++ templates can basically do anything the preprocessor can do with templates, but I'm nowhere near as good as such people. Right, so that works now. This one I still haven't done. I want to see the solid red. There we go. Okay. So that's this code here. Need to add these defaults, and I'm not gonna I'm not gonna worry about the fact that they're hard coded, because I see these as temporary until I think of a better solution. Okay, so if they don't have an inventory, add it, and then similarly, if they don't have hit points, then we're gonna add all those keys. How do I want to do this? That, and then change that to true, and then put this in front. Hold on a sec. Sorry about that. My son left and he banged the door closed, and it bounces and stays open, and I have to go shut it. When it comes back later, I'll say, "Did you know you banged the door closed and it didn't close?" Oh, you like that screen? That's my hotkey where I have to quickly either mute or leave. Such as when one of my kids tries to close the door and doesn't successfully close it. For example, Setu says, had to write a shader recently. On Shader we have an API, but in the common library tab, so that doesn't have access to specific buffer channels, also cannot pass some of these things as arguments. I had to make that a macro, then call it each buffer. I'd be interested in looking at that later. Maybe you could post it in the Discord. I'll take a look at it later. Yes, so Setu is also a streamer, and he works on Shader Toy, so that's making GPU programs or graphics. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you should check out his channel. All right, I think this will fix these tests, and then we'll magically have hit points when we log in next time. And no, I'm missing something still. What am I missing? Did I? Am I just blind? I didn't have the right key there. Copy paste problem. Yeah, the other advantage of putting in the Discord is that it's more permanent, and that kind of thing I think would be useful for people learning. And then putting in the Discord, it's easier to then compile that stuff later into like a set of lessons or examples. which I think could be a good thing. Okay, what am I? Yeah, I'm running this again, right? Yay, it passes now. Now this one, does it pass? Yes. Okay, cool. Let me actually run all the tests in the executor. Yay, okay. So we're going to restart the server, snapshot, and stop, and start. Now when I log in, I should have hit points. You kids know how to program C++? I tried getting them interested in programming, and one of them programmed a little bit in Python, and the other one did Scratch for a while. But they think it looks too much like schoolwork. Be cool to have a dad help you out. I tried, but they're like, oh, this is like math and like school. I don't want to do this. I tried, man. I tried. I guess I'm not that great of a teacher for kids. I don't present it in a way that's makes them want to try it out and learn it. And they're more into artistic, creative stuff than programming. Would you adopt you? You're 20. No, sorry. I already have enough. Okay, I was going to test this again, right? Create Bob2, because there's already a Bob. Chickens is the password. I should appear with an inventory. Yay. Okay, that works. So I can then delete this account. And let me log in with an existing account. And I should have hit points now. Well, thanks for the follow. You posted it in coding channel? Great. Thanks. Said who? Yes, I was thinking about a witty way to respond. I'm like, I can't think of anything. So I'll just say, sorry, no. My sense of humor isn't that great. Okay, there's my dexterity and my hit points. Great. Okay, so I am ready for monsters to attack me. I think this is all going to be in Lua. Giving NPCs an aggro table, having them pursue... the pursuit is hard. Let me do that later. I'll just have them attack me if I'm in their aggro table and I'm next to them. How about that? We'll do that. So, an aggro table. I think I'll just keep it very simple. It'll just be an array of entities that have drawn the NPC's aggression, and I'll make it so that we draw their aggression by attacking them. Sound good? So let's build the aggro table. Let's do it, let's do it in the attack system. So attack system. Let me grab this. I don't remember which buffer I had this in. I don't have these in files yet. They're in buffers because their storage is right now the test game. Combat. Here it is, attack. Okay. I think actually before it's not just the attack, the combat system, right? Or should I just make that the first thing we do in the attack system? If we're not in the monsters aggro table, then we should add it. You might not stream for a while. You're working like every day and have nothing interesting to show. Yeah, I know, but occasionally when you do stream, like people can see the notification and they're like, "Oh, I heard he likes to do GPU shaders. I'll watch," right? Because I don't know very many other people. Actually, I don't know anyone else who streams GPU shader development. So it's like a narrow enough niche that if someone was looking for that, I would say, well, just follow said who, and then next time he streams, you'll get a chance to see that, right? Okay. How do we know the NPC? Oh, we have the NPC's component. So I can do that right away. I can say if not NPC aggro, then. So that we'll just add the aggro table. Actually, if they have an let me think about this. If they have an aggro table, then we want to add the player to it. Otherwise, we're going to create the aggro table, right? The create the aggro table would be to, how do we create a component? I always forget this stuff. The stuff that I wrote myself. This would be found under executor here. Create component, yes. Do I ever do that in any of the Lua stuff? I don't think I do. I do plenty of it here. Okay, so we'll just copy from here. Game feedback. Create component. How come that didn't copy and paste correctly? I don't know. Create component. Let's just copy all these things directly. I just have to turn these into equals. Component type is... Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not creating a component. What am I thinking? I'm modifying the NPC component to add the aggro table. Yeah, I'm just being dumb, I guess. Create component would be if the NPC component didn't exist at all. We're modifying the existing NPC entity. The delta would be, right, that we add an aggro table. And it would be JSON array empty table. Actually, no, not an empty table. It would have an array element in it. The element would be the player entity, right? If there already is an aggro table, I suppose we need to see if we're already in the array, right? So I do that in a similar system, don't I? Yeah, this kind of a thing. For I equals 1 to NPC aggro length. And let's record if player has aggro. If not player has aggro, we're going to do an add. How did I do this? Not with delta. There's a new thing I added, right? Oh, it was for interaction. I remember this. Dialogue would have had this. Add. A. Okay. So it's A. So instead of setting the aggro table, we would add the player to the aggro table with an A. And then it's, how does this work? Oh, this assumed that the component itself was an array. So this isn't quite gonna work, is it? I really need to add another kind of action where not add to the component an item, but add to a field of the component an item. Otherwise, there's a race condition. If we request that we get added to the aggro table and another player attacks the same NPC before this gets applied, the original one could be ignored. Anyway, I'll live with the race condition for now. We'll just do a delta, and we will add to the aggro table. So we're getting a copy now, but I'd rather make my own copy. How do I want to do this? How did I do the giving the item, actually? Give script. I just modified the, oh, I did an assign. which copies the reference. So yeah, this counts on the fact that we get a copy. So I'm going to need to change this later when I make it immutable. Right now they're mutable. These this NPC is a mutable object. If I make it immutable, then I won't be able to do this. But yeah, for now we'll allow it to be mutable. We will say npc.aggro. That's going to be a JSON array. Do I support? Okay, I don't remember if I supported making an array longer. No, but interact has to do. No, interact is in C. Okay, I'm just talking to myself. Sorry. Why do you want it to be muted? No, mutable. Mutable. Users, not muted. I have a JSON wrapper. I don't think it supports in the new index going past the end, does it? Yeah, okay. I should probably support that, shouldn't I? Actually, why am I returning something from new index? This is totally wrong. Oh, I probably copied from object index. I did, didn't I? This should just return 0. Yeah, okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that now in here. Okay, yeah, it's new index JSON array 1 past last. So that would be push 42 and then set 4, and that should get 3342. There we go. We'll just add that support. And then how do I shorten an array if I want to? How do you shorten an array in Lua? Do you just set the last one to nil? I don't remember. Deal with that later. Actually, I'm going to have to deal with that sooner rather than later. Mutatable? I thought it was just called mutable. I know you're putting kappa on the end. We're mincing English words, aren't we? That's true when you think about it. Can someone be muted? If they can be muted, they're mutable. What was about Lua? How do you shorten a array table in Lua? Hey there, Backcraft. Right, so let's at least do this. I know that you can extend an array by assigning to the end. Yeah, English is complicated, isn't it? I think what I want to do, well, this is wrong anyway. It should just return 0, but I think what I think the way it works is if you assign past the end, it fills everything in the middle with like nils or something, and then actually I can just test this online right here, right? I can say chat Lua x equals 1, 2, 3, right? Actually, I have to do brackets. And then chat Lua return to string x. Oh, that's right. It won't print. There's no table formatter, but I can do this. I can say Lua return the length of x, 3, right? If I say Lua x 5 is 42, and then Lua return the length of x, it says 3 still. But if now I say Lua x4 is 99, return the length of x is 5, right? So if there's no gaps, 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, and 3. Right, the placement of comma. Are you for or against the Oxford comma? What's the Oxford comma? I like the latter. 1, comma, 2, comma, and 3. I like that better. No, I guess I'm against the Oxford comma then. Saying it's a nil deletes it, so if I say Lua x5 equals nil, then Lua return the length of x 4. Okay. And if I created a hole, right? So if Lua x2 is nil, Lua return the length of x. Oh, interesting. So if it's defined, even if I set it back to nil, it doesn't shorten it. It just creates a hole, right? Lua return x of 2. Right. Okay, I think the way I'll handle this is because I don't have, it doesn't have to obey strictly a Lua array table, right? It's a JSON object. So how do I want to do this? Let's say that if you go, let's reduce this to, if you go less than 1 for the index, it's just, you don't do anything, right? Else if it's greater than the size, then we will fill in nulls. How did I do this? Like resize, set size, add. That's how I did it. So let's say for a size ti is self get size. I is less than field index plus I. Self add a hole, a null pointer, and at the end we will self add the this move JSON, right? And then I don't. This should be an else, and I don't need to return 0, right? And then I should check if it's null actually. So if actually that's a special case inside of here, right? If field index equals self actually it doesn't matter. We'll just say if JSON get type is JSON. Do I want to support putting nulls? I do actually. I just won't support shrinking an array yet. That's what I'll do. So I'll support extending it by assigning out of range. But shrinking I'm not going to do. Okay, that didn't work. Why not? Oh, it went 1 past. I'm off by 1 somewhere here. This said put it in index 4, and it actually put it in index 5. Why? The array would be 3. 3, okay, that it should be less -1. This is why we have unit tests to catch that kind of thing. And then I might as well make one to test the other behavior, right? More than 1. Past last, so let's do 5. Let's do 6. So I should get 2 nulls in here. Yay. Okay. Quick to correct people who don't use the Oxford comma. Yeah, that's a bad habit that I have. At least in my opinion, it's a bad habit to correct people on pedantic spelling and grammar issues unless they asked for it. Like if they said, "Could you please copyright," or I mean, what's the right verb? Please proofread this text for me. And then I would say, well, you're not using the Oxford comma there. Is that what you want or not? There's 2 things, right? Some of these rules are flexible. Do they follow Oxford comma or not? And the other is, do they want the criticism? Is it too pedantic or not, right? I think it's a bad habit to always be correcting people on silly stuff like that. Oxford comma, that was, we were talking about that before, like 6 minutes ago. If you put a comma before the word and at the end of a sequence, so 1, 2, and 3, that's not the Oxford comma. The Oxford comma would be 1, comma 2, and 3. You're very much for it because you like to avoid the ambiguity when you can. Because isn't it ambiguous to say 1, comma 2, and 3? Because you don't know if 2 and 3 is one clause or if it's two clauses. Anyway, I'm getting confused. I wanted this so that I could. I'm on this. Where is it? Am I on 4? Yes. That I can add to the end, right? Equals player entity, and then add it. So aggro is NPC aggro. There, right? Assuming it's mutable, which right now I do allow it to be mutable. Okay, so I just need to fill in this part, right? If NPC aggro I equals player entity, then player has aggro is true. And if they didn't have aggro, add it to the end. So this will give the player aggro. Let me at least test this. So back here, let's snapshot and restart the game. Oh, do we have it backwards? So Oxford comma is 1, comma 2, comma, and 3. Then I'm for it. I trust you guys that we have it right now. Oxford comma is 2 commas in the 3 clause thing. 1, comma, 2, comma, and 3. All right, so let's pick an enemy. This one. Oh, I didn't update the system, did I? The attack system needs to be updated. Edit. Submit. All right. So we're picking this enemy. They let's prepare to look at this. Pick a buffer. Pick buffer 5. They don't have an aggro table, right? So let's go attack them to get an aggro table. I'm looking at this one, right? Yeah. Because there's 2 of them. Let's kill this one. Get him out of the way. Die. Now I'll just hit this one once. Actually, I'll just do attack once. Now, they should have an aggro table. Yep. So that I have aggro. If I hit them again, it should not add me again to the aggro table. Let's test again. I was not added to the aggro table. I keep hitting the wrong key here. Right, and so I'm still in the aggro table. So that's okay. So aggro table is done. So we have to have NPCs attack their target. So I think the way I'll do this is in the I'll have to make a new system. We'll just have it run, I don't know, maybe once a second. We'll just loop through all the NPCs and we'll see if there's an aggro table, look adjacent, and if the player's sitting there, we'll attack them. Okay, so we'll call this one what? Make a new system, I guess. KM Lua paste. Let me call the system NPC retaliation. I don't think I spelled retaliation correctly. That doesn't. Ever had that phenomenon where you're sure you didn't spell something correctly, and you look it up and it is correct? Okay, counterattack, exactly. I did spell it correctly. It just doesn't look right to me. Okay, so again, once a second, they will look to see. So with components of type NPC, if NPC aggro, Let's shorten this up a bit. All the time, yeah. Hey there, Romania. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? We're giving the monsters their chance to strike back at us today. Yeah, it's that feeling that you get that that you spelled the word wrong. And for me, it'll be a common word that, for as long as I can remember, didn't look weird, and all of a sudden today it looks weird. I'm like, did I misspell that? There's probably a name for that phenomenon in the brain. Took you 5 years of knowing English before you started speaking it? Really? Huh. I guess that's true. It's easier to read and listen to a language than it is to speak it. Okay, let me test this much of it. Let's just have him say something. Game chat game 0. I keep typing these single quotes and I don't mean to. NPC entity would like to retaliate against player entity player NPC aggro I need to put this in a loop. So for I is 1 to NPC aggro do. I don't have I pairs working, so this is the best I can do. I can use a loop variable and then index. You guys can't even see that because it's off the screen. Sorry about that. Just shorten this up a little bit so you can see it. There, you can maybe see it better. If you use I pairs, you don't need to do that indexing. You would just say for I comma player entity in I pairs NPC aggro. But this is a JSON wrapper which does not have an I pairs meta method, so this doesn't work. I guess I can leave that in there commented out because that's how I would want to do it. And instead, you just use a loop variable from 1 to the length, and then you just index. I have to index it again. Okay, let's just try this. We'll put this in as a new system. NPC retaliation still looks weird to me, but I am spelling it correctly, I think. Submit. Okay, unexpected symbol near comma. Oh, there's no end here. Clear that. Edit. Paste. Okay, good. It should be telling me, yeah, NPC 6616 would like to retaliate against player 523. I guess, is it that guy? Anyway, let's have it actually look for me. So, there are 4 directions they could look, right? And let's break this up into 2 functions since it's easier that way. So we'll say try to attack. So this would be, what do we need? We need the position of the NPC anyway, so let me steal from right. With entity component type position. If they have aggro, then we'll do this loop. Or this, let's move this to here. Let's indent this a little bit more. And that has to be a pause with NPC entity. Okay, and then this needs another end, doesn't it? NPC lights. NPC fights live on pay-per-view. Right, exactly. Hey there, 715209. Trying to track down an issue spotted with get blame. You're losing my mind. Get blame can be kind of gross. Because Git gets confused. Git gets confused a lot with diffs. Especially if you move lines around. It can think that the difference is a lot more complicated than it should be. And then get blame can look really messed up. So I totally understand that. Did I miss any chat? I feel like I did. Code looks crazy. Yeah, I need to break it up into smaller functions. Like, that's what I was about to do anyway. Because this is probably the limit how far I would want to indent this. We'll just say try to attack NPC entity and NPC aggro 1i are all the things we need, right? So take this out and put that up here. Try to attack. And can I make this a local? Just in case if, yeah, let's just do this. They try to attack equals function NPC entity and this is player entity. And then paste that there, right? So this should still work. So let's test that. Nope. NPC is a global on line 10. Oh yeah. So we need the NPC as well. Edit. Line 10. Oh, I think that's an old error. No, it's a new error. Bad argument number 2 to index number expected got nil. At an up value try to attack. Oh, because there's no I. This should be player entity. Cool. So that should show up in chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's constantly trying to find me. So I'm going to change it now so that, so this we can button up, right? We're done with that. So it makes it a little bit easier to read. That at some point the NPC will try to attack me. So we need to find out, actually let's add one more thing. Since we have it here, the position. And then I will call it NPC position. So let's actually debug that. We'll say at NPC at X, X, NPC at Y. Oh, I have a bug. Line 11. Oh, this should be NPC position. Okay, so it should be saying where he is. At -1 by -2. I guess it would be easier to have comma instead of X, right? Anyway, you get the idea. The NPC has a position, so I want to look for in the 4 directions around. What's the best way to do that? Maybe make a table here and say local, well, we can define it out here. Local attack directions is some kind of table with tuples in it. So -1, 0, 1, 0, 0, -1, and 0, 1. Right? Those are the directions we could attack. Does Lua allow me to have a comma there? I forget. I always forget stuff like that. No error. No error, so it's good, right? So we'll say for this one I can use I pairs, so we'll say I D in I pairs attack directions do. And we'll say try to attack at NPC entity. I don't know what actually I need. Actually, we can compute the position, right? So local player, well, target is NPC position X plus attack direct D 1 NPC position Y plus D2, right? And then we'll say attack the target position. So this is yet another function. Someone made something called get blame someone else as a joke that changes the... That's funny. Okay. So let's move this one here. Let's have it is say NPC entity is looking for player entity at target position X. Well, no, I made this a tuple, right? So that should be a 1. And then let's turn that to a comma. Let's try that out. Okay. Oops. That is a string. So I'm super glad that I put in the script error reporting. Okay, cool. So it's printing 4 lines now every time, saying all the positions it's looking for me in. And so then I just need to, there's a code I wrote to actually look at a position, right? Was that in that was in the attack system. One of these. Suppose I should name these. Being lazy though. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. No, it wasn't the attack. Attack is given an NPC. All right, so I don't even think I have this in a buffer yet. It's in the combat system. So let me make a new one. Right, it was with entities at position. So let's copy this. And then, oh, I need a Z coordinate. Oops. All right, we'll add a Z coordinate. You're writing scripts you can copy pasta into the game now? Yeah, right now. Because the in-game editor doesn't understand Lua highlight syntax. I think what I want to do is eventually just merge, like take a embeddable version of VS Code's editor and put it directly here. But also the reason I might want to keep it here is I might want to actually name these files and check them into Git. Yeah, canceled or canceled depends on if it's British or American English. You found it. What did you find? Oh, a patch for Git praise? Ah, so it's like blame, but giving them praise for what they've done. A culturally sensitive wrapper for blame, I see. Because it's like not nice to blame people. Yeah, I see. So what does it actually do? Is it just changing the command name? Blameful, which is the default. And then what does it change it to? Get praise. Must be invoked as get praise. All right. That's cool. Which one is which? I think, I'm going to guess the 2 L's is the American. Let's look it up. Cancelled versus cancelled. Well, I'm guessing 2 L's is American. No, I got it wrong. 2 L's is British. 1 L is American. So American, and I can't. I want to just click and drag, not click the link. British, American. All right, yeah. So yeah, I'm editing in VS Code for either I need to either check these into Git or I need to take what I need from here and put it into the built-in editor here. One or the other. Okay, this needed more, didn't it? Oh no, it didn't. This just didn't get indented properly. Let's do a format on this. Ooh, I don't like that. Undo that. I think, yeah, we need to see if it's a player. Try to attack should return something, right? Because we don't want to attack 4 different directions. So we will do a target found. And we'll say if not target found, then... Oops, there's no semicolons in Lua. And then local target found is false. Okay, so this should return something. So local target found is false, and we'll return it at the end. Okay, and then writing my own Git client. They should be in Git, you think so? You're probably right. For now, I'm okay with the fact that it's replicated across 3 instances, so there are 3 backup copies of all these scripts. Actually, there's 3 backup copies per snapshot, and I have it programmed to make hourly, daily, and weekly backups. If I accidentally deleted the whole stage directory, though, I'd lose everything. So that's a reason why I might want to. I probably should just check these in. All right. But you know, I'm living dangerously with my Lua, I guess. Target is found. Yes. Is that all we want to say? No, we want to say if the player. Actually, it's before we even get to that, right? If entity equals player entity, then target found is true. Actually, I don't even need to do any more. I don't have to do any more, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, I need to... No, that's right. Because it's at the given position. Cool. So that's all I need to do. I don't need any of that. Just need to fix this. So target position... All 3 things. I don't have all 3, so I need to add them. Right. Actually, what happens in Lua if the third element's nil? Don't know if this is going to work for the default zone. We'll see. So yeah, I need to add this, right? NPC position.z. So that might not exist. So would it be a nil? What happens in Lua if you do? If you add a nil to a table. 1, 2, nil. What do I get? Lua return the size of x. 2. Okay, then it doesn't actually put it in there. But then what do I return x index 3? You do get nil. So it'll end up doing the right thing anyway. Okay. Yeah, so let's put that in here. So actually I can just say if target found, then we'll print something. So the test will be I'll stand next to him and it'll say NPC found player entity. There, that's what we'll say. Submit. Okay, line 12. What's it telling me? Add argument 2 for with entities at position. Number expected got nil. Got nil for target position. I thought I had that correct before. let's put this back. Actually, I'll take that out and put it here. And then say found. What is it actually reporting here? That's a lot of chat. Okay, it says he's looking. Okay, now there's so much chat. Oh, that's interesting. So when chat overflows, the scroll lock stops working. Interesting. Actually, I should have expected that. We'll reload to fix that for now. The coordinates are right. It's just that when it gets to that function, it doesn't like it. It thinks that that's nil. Even oh, it's because it's one stupid one based. Yeah, thank you, Toulouse. It's a 1, 2, and 3. It's not the first nor the last time that I'll be tripped up by the fact that Lua is 1 based. Okay. Clear that. Yeah, I'll get a nil value. That's okay. What will this, it won't print anything, so what, 2 string? That should fix that. Edit. Okay, yeah, so I'm getting nils in there. That's good. All right. I don't actually need that in anyway. I'm not even going to bother to print it here. Okay, let's go find him and stand next to him. Where did he go? Is he over here? Yep, he found us. So he would be attacking me right now. So if I stand next to him, since I'm in, if I stand next to him, so actually I want 2 things, right? I don't want the NPC to move away if they're attacking me. So I can disable the move if they find me, right? I can do that easily just by adding a certain value to the cooldown, right? Let me do that. That's easy to do. If target found. Whoa, what happened here? That was weird. I guess I can do it here. I can button these up, right? Oh yeah, and by the way, hi Toulouse. I draw you out of lurkerdom by putting in an error that you can correct me on, right? It's my tactic. It's my secret tactic. Cool. Not only will we chat, but we will disable. We'll keep the NPC from moving. Okay, not. Yeah, this is something like this. I'm almost at that point now where I want to give these buffers names and save them. I don't know why I'm resisting. Yes, so we will modify the NPC entity. Just to make sure I got this right. Is that the entity? No, this one. No, it's not that one either. This guy, right there. How come it's not showing the cursor? That's weird. Did I break the cursor? Refresh and see. Oh yeah. It's supposed to show a green rectangle and it's not showing it. I must have broken that somehow. Anyway, yeah, that's the one. So, oh, I did have that in a buffer. One of these. No, that's me. Here he is. It's CD. If I just take the current time and add 1, storing it back, that would make him not move, right? They'll basically reset his cooldown. That's what I want, right? Yeah, I'm already forgetting which buffers are which. Hehehehe. Let him despawn. Here it is. So cooldown is NPC.cooldown plus. Let's have him at least wait a second. Okay, so now he shouldn't move if he wants my blood. So now he should just sit there and never move. Oh, he moved. I guess I didn't do it right. Are we talking about Nui? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. Modify component, type NPC. The delta is set the cooldown to their cooldown +1. I wonder if that's even working. It might be a race with the movement system. If I add 2 instead of 1, what does that do? There he is. No, he moved away. Well, I'm gonna attack you anyway. No, he's still moving away. I have no idea what's going on at the office, but you haven't seen a single pull request from your coworkers in 4 working days. I don't know. They're up to no good, Skizzers. Okay, he's still moving away, which makes me wonder if what am I doing wrong here? If I set his cooldown, he shouldn't move. I need to look at the NPC movement system again. I also need to use the restroom. Let's look at source CCS NPC movement. Yeah, it's supposed to skip the NPC if the cooldown. The cooldown is actually a time, not a duration. It's an actual absolute time, game time. So I thought. Oh no, I don't want to take their cooldown and add 2. I want to take the current time, don't I? And I don't have that. I have the time here. Just pass it all the way down. Try to attack time. And that pass it down here. Try to attack at time. And we'll say time +2. Submit. Die. Die. Still moving away. I'm not sure why. Yeah, he's moving. I don't know why he's moving. Okay, I need to take a quick break to use the restroom though. There's something wrong with this code. I don't know what it is yet. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's about that time to stretch, isn't it? I got my stretching done. I wonder if I can see that in the game journal if I'm really quick with it. What if I open the game journal? Prepare to open game journal. And then just stand next to the NPC. Is it this guy? Actually, it doesn't matter. I can just attack one of these guys and I should see it right away. There we go. And it's been rotated, so I need to look at it here now. Stats update. I know here's where the aggro was added. And here's where he lost some hit points. And what is this one here? Oh, the health bar. Health bar changed. And then what's this one here? He restored a point of health. At what point did he try to attack me, though? I guess I can just search for that number. His cooldown keeps changing. Is this it? The cooldown's changing? I think that's it. But he's still able to move at some point, right? I mean, he's already moved way out, so what happened? Yeah, here he moved. Why did he move? Oh, look at that. The cooldown went backwards. Interesting. How many times did he try to attack me? He tried to attack me a bunch of times. Right? So that's all of these cooldowns are when he tried to attack me. Does that match up? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He tried to attack me 17 times. But then he moved. He moved a few times. He moved at least once here. That's the position to a different coordinates, right? Yeah. Why? Here he's fully healed. No, he's not fully healed. He's at 7 hit points now. Update the health bar. Mark the tile no longer changed. Interesting. So it ended up moving anyway. I wonder, okay, is it that I cached that information? It's already been deleted. Interesting. I'm guessing that the NPC movement system uses cached cooldown information. That's what I'm doing wrong. Let me find it. And how would I fix that? Oh yeah, predicted move cooldowns. Why did I do that? Oh, I think that was to avoid a double move. Like if he moves, and then we evaluate should he move again, it would maybe do a double move unless we predicted it. Yeah, okay, so how do I avoid this? Really, this movement system ought to be updated to say if we have aggro and we're attacking someone, don't like, actually should be doing pursuit and not random moves, right? I think I'll keep it simple. I know what I'll do. I will look to see if you have aggro. If you have aggro, then don't move. Then the other system will say if you can't find the guy you have aggro for, just remove him from your aggro table. So it'll be really easy to escape from NPCs. You just move away from them, and then they get dropped from their aggro table. But it'll let me get this working pretty quick. So we would check to see if there's anything in the aggro table. Why am I doing that? To change their cooldown. Yes. So I need that. Okay, so right here, if NPC has realm server key NPC, I didn't make a key for it. Yeah, it's all in Lua. Okay, so we'll just hard code it for now. If NPC has aggro, continue. There we go. So build that. This is a problem where some game systems are in Lua and others in C++. Is that they don't, sort of ugly. Okay, so snapshot, stop, and restart. I'll take the opportunity to stretch myself while I'm waiting for this to boot back up. This is a quick stretch. All right. Graphics glitch. All right. Okay, I need to have them drop aggro if I'm not in range, so let's find that again. All right, let's actually give these names. Let's save this as, where do I want to put it? Actually, ECS is a pretty good folder to put it in, isn't it? Let's call it, this was give. Let's actually make a subdirectory called scripts and put it in there. Yes, I'm sure. All right, and then which one was this? Combat. Combat. And then can close them now because I have given them names. Save this as attack. Done. Combat. Oh wait, there are two combats? There are two combats. I'm not sure which one's up to date, so I'll go to the game which has the final authority over this. Copy that. Go to combat and paste there. Then drop buffer 10. Buffer, okay, this was just item aggro. This one's regen. This is NPC retaliation. Whoops. Save as. There, found it. And then this is item despawn. Save that. There. Giving them all names. Hey there, RDM Jam. And Mernin Krasner. Mernin and hello. I've seen RTM around. You haven't seen him in a while, Krasner? Mernin. Am I saying that right now? It's funny, Chris didn't say it right, was it yesterday? And we tried to point it out to him, but he was too busy having fun with the game he was doing to notice. Or did you, Chris? He just didn't say anything? Hasn't let you be in Adam stream recently? Yeah, my schedule doesn't let me be in Adam stream very often. I'm kind of sad about that. I'm kind of stuck in my schedule now because there's like, I have like 4 days out of the week I have stuff to do in the afternoon that so I can't stream then. So the only opportunity I really have to stream right now is my current time slots, and they overlap Adam's quite a lot. Busy. We're all extremely busy. Busy's not bad, right? Okay, now what was I doing? I was gonna take the player out of the NPC's aggro table if they can't be found. So that's an else here, isn't it? They can't find the top of the aggro table, so we will remove them from it. So I guess what we'll do is we'll form a new aggro table, right? Local new aggro is... Okay, do I have... I do have the capability of converting a Lua table into a JSON array, right? I don't remember. Let me look and make sure. I have this array, right? Array. Yes. And then it does the equivalent of building from a table. In fact, I have a test for this. Well, thanks for the follow. Your small business is turning into a business and crazy, wild, and rewarding? Oh, cool. I want to be able to do that. What I'm doing right here, this is my business. I just need to get it off the ground, you know? So yeah, new table, and I guess what we're doing is we're looping through and removing ourselves from the aggro table, right? So for I equals 1 to the length of the NPC aggro table do end. That's the correct thing, right? Yes, it's like this. Oh, wait a minute. This... It's dangerous to do this and this at the same time. Maybe... Oh, no, but we're feeding it back anyway. We're not going to modify it. We're not going to mutate this anyway, so it should be fine. If NPC aggro I equals the player entity, who we couldn't find, actually, if it's not equal to it, we'll keep it, right? If it's equal, we drop it. If it's not equal, then new aggro, length of new aggro plus 1 equals NPC aggro I. And then when we get to the end, we'll do a modify component on the NPC to change the aggro table. And I already did this in the combat system, so let me copy that. Or is it attack system? Yeah, this one. Exactly that. And it's new aggro. There I did mutate it, right? Here I'm making a new one, which is basically a filter. So if I wanted, I could make a utility called filter that does that. Okay. I probably will at some point when I refactor these scripts. Let's have it print something to make sure that we're doing this right. So we'll say NPC could not find player entity, whatever. That's all I need to say, right? Because then we'll just assume they get dropped from the aggro table, and that'll be the only time we see that message. Edit script, paste. Uh-oh. Expression 60 can't... Oh yeah, this has to be JSON array of that. That submit clear. So we should have seen a message right away. Yeah, couldn't find it. And they're no longer complaining. So we've been dropped from the aggro table. They only found us once? Oh no, it could not find. Could not find and then found? That's not right. Okay, it's messed up somehow. We've been dropped from the aggro table, but it didn't list it in the first place. At some point, you might need to filter those filters, and you have a filter. No, that's not how it works, Chris. It's just, yeah. Filter makes a new array, right? So then you just make a new array from a new array. Healthy growth rate? Is that your growth rate right now? Whoa. How do I get it smaller? I have two choices. I either really small or really big. I do, well, that's interesting. How do I get in between the two? That's a problem. Why is it really small and I can't zoom in on it very much? And when I click it, it zooms in a lot. Oh well. Interesting problem. Open normally for you. It's probably my setup. Who knows? What I want to know is how come I am not getting added to this guy's aggro table anymore. He should at least print something. It should say that he found us or he didn't. And the other thing the other thing is it shouldn't do this here. It should do it out here, right? Only if it's not found out here. Yes. So actually we should take that out and we should take this block here and put it out here. If not target found, then and put paste, and then that's exactly what I want. Copy that back into the game. All right. Am I never getting into his aggro table in the first place now? Or is something really screwed up? There's where I edited the script. Okay, and it just rotated, so let's look at it. Should be in here somewhere. Be useful if I knew which entity that was. Which entity are you? 6720. Okay, so oh, never added it to the aggro table in the first place. What happened here? It modified it and made the aggro table empty. That's not right. It only did it twice, too. Did I only attack him twice? I guess I only attacked him twice. Yeah, it didn't put it into the aggro table correctly. So what did I screw up something in the combat system? Or was the attack system? Yeah, something here. I should have done that. Oh, wait a minute. This has to be +1, doesn't it? So how did that ever work before? I don't know. Anyway, it didn't. I'll leave that a mystery. I think I might know why. Because if the aggro table didn't exist at all, that would happen. Okay. Attack. He didn't attack back. You need to make a high alert tool to make your job easier. You know when people say something shady and you want to keep your eye on their chat history? I see. Oh, AngularJS actually has a filter? But then how do you filter your filters? Is that a filter? That's funny that there's an object called filter. What's going on with this guy? He's got an empty aggro table. When I attack him, he should be keeping aggro, but he's not. He's also not moving for some reason. Did this cool? Is this cool down some ridiculously high number now? Oh wait a minute, no. He has it. Oh, I messed that up. He has an aggro table, but it's empty. If I remove the aggro table, he will be able to move again. There he goes. Now he has an aggro. Okay, now it's going into that code. Okay, now it's working, sort of. It's if he didn't have an aggro table before, and now he has one. He was able to attack me. Now he can't at all. Why is that? I think it has something to do with this. So it goes into here. The length is going to be 0. So it'll skip there. This will be true. So 0 plus 1 is 1. Is this not working then? I put it in there. If you wanted to tree shake them, you probably filter out your filter. You just wrote the ugliest unit test you've ever written? Well, at least you wrote it. What sucks is if you someone else writes the ugliest unit test you've ever written, then and you have to try to understand it. Okay. Which problem to solve first? I thought I tested that. You can write to the end of an array. I didn't test if the array is empty, though. Maybe I should just do that. Let's do this with an empty array. Maybe I'll discover something wrong. New index, JSON, empty array. So make the array empty. This should just set the first element to 42. So we should have 42 when we're done. Yeah, that works. So why doesn't it work here? Okay. Attack. I hit him. Here's the attack. But that's still empty. It shouldn't be empty. It should have my player number in it. Why does it not? Frustrating. Should I just print something? If we go down that path to make sure it is? So like game chat game 0. Or I can say player entity. Aggro before. And then I'll just print the length of NPC aggro. Aggro after. Let's just see what this does. Not that system, the attack system. Yeah, it's not working. Is it that this length is wrong? No, it's printed 0, right? So this just doesn't work. Why would that be? Oh, wait a minute. This might return a copy. That's probably what it is. It's returning a copy. Damn it. I need to fix that then. Let me write this down. I don't want to. This is going to be complicated, but it has to do with the fact that NPC is a JSON wrapper. Aggro is a field of NPC, and so it's going to make a wrapper for that. But every wrapper gets a copy, so this will update the copy, but not the original. We shouldn't, and I should be treating it as immutable anyway. Yeah, that's the real bug. The real bug is it's being treated as mutable. So let's make it immutable. So local new aggro. And yeah, we'll start off with, yeah, we'll just build it. Or I equals 1 to NPC aggro do new aggro. Actually, I guess I can do I. Do a deep copy, right? And then new aggro that equals that. Feedback new aggro. Attack system update. I can't attack. It's breaking. Here we go. Can't construct a JSON value from a table. Oh yeah. That has got to do this is a table and I have to turn it into a JSON array. I don't have an automatic conversion yet. That's another thing on my list. Wrong system. Dog barking. You guys can hear that, right? I can see my meter bar. Well, I'll have to do this then. The one I've long prepared to use. Okay, she stopped barking. But hey, look, it's sort of working. So I get attacked as long as I'm standing next to it, and then I move away. It doesn't find me, and I get dropped from the aggro table. You don't think you want that on your permanent record? What's on your permanent record? Should we look at this ugly unit test? We'll feel good about our own unit tests. Assert maybe fields can return null. Maybe fields. Wait, why do that? Why do the assert? I don't understand that at all. I guess I'm having a trouble understanding PHP. You get closure from what happened yesterday? For each maybe fields, getters is get. I can't get past the PHP syntax. Maybe fields are fields that might not be present in the API's response, usually because it's not a required field. The field only is set if it's a special state. So it's that you could get null from some of them. Then why assert that it's always null? Each unit test must perform at least one assertion or it marks it as a risky test. Wait a minute, why do we have a condition at all then? Shouldn't we just assert that the count is not 0? That's the number one problem, right? This is just bad. There should just be an assert that the count of maybe fields is not 0. Because this is masking a problem, right? For different models. Yeah, but this is just, like, it should be marked as a risky test, right? This is just silencing the risky test error that you should see if that's true. Yeah, but the unit test should be picking a model that has a maybe field in it. Otherwise, it's a pointless test, isn't it? I don't know. It doesn't seem as horrible as some of the ones I've written, though. This one actually fits in one screen. Sort of, yeah. I know. I guess I really don't know PHP well enough to comment on that. But they looked a little hard to read, at least. Okay. Cool. So they will try to strike me if I'm in their aggro table, and they'll remove. Okay, so that is fixed. Let me fix the bug that they're now locked if they have an empty aggro table. That was a mistake I made back in NPC movement. I said here if they had an aggro table, continue, but it should be if they have an aggro table and it's empty. If they have an aggro table and NPC get size of aggro is greater than 0. Actually, if they don't have an aggro table, get size returns 0 anyway. Should I just build that in? Because it'll return 0. Yeah, I feel better keeping it like that though. Oh, this should be NPC aggro get size. Yes, so if it's a non-empty aggro table. Snapshot, and then restart the game, and let me look at chat. Assert empty is redundant. Yeah, I think so. Each unit test needs to do at least one assertion. Yeah, that would make it even more plainly wrong. If you said assert true, true, someone code reviewing that would be like, why do you have an assert true, true? Might as well put a comment here saying, this is a hack to silence the risky test marker. Why not just put an assert true, true at the beginning saying, none of my tests are risky. Don't mark it as risky, it's my test. Damn it. Okay, so these guys can move again. Is it only if I hit? It should be even if I miss. Yeah, see, even if I miss, I draw his aggro until I move away. Okay, we're getting there. So next would be we'll remove this. We don't need it anymore. Instead of chatting here, let's just have it do an attack roll. So that would be let's trigger a function here. And I guess I don't need this. I don't need to muck with their cooldown anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. There's an inherent second cooldown because of the how often we check every once a second. So they only attack once a second. Okay. Yeah, so let's we did the attack roll straight in here. So let's just copy all this stuff. Actually quite a bit of it. Do I want to paste it all here? I guess we can. Let's just do it. And I don't need this stuff. All right. I will need to get the player's player component. So with entity component of type. Player. From player entity. And then put that all inside of here. So hit points is player hit points are max. And I don't have armor defined, but so it'll be 0. Okay, weapon. Let's just hard code the NPC's weapon right now. local weapon equals DB, so that's bonus. Let's just make it 0. Well, yeah, 0. And then number of rolls is 1, and damage I'll make it not as bad as the sword. 6 instead of, so 1d6. 1d6 plus 0. Commas are required. And then that's the default if it doesn't exist. Okay, roll to hit. And then there's damage. And then taking armor into account, minimum of 1 point of damage. And let's say the monster hits you back. The monster hits you for damage. And it shouldn't say the horrible monster is dead. It should say you are dead. You are dead. So right now we'll be able to move when dead, but that's okay. I don't want to destroy the player. What we'll do is we'll just set the hit points to 0, and then we'll move the we'll move all this stuff to after the if. So it'll modify the player to set the new hit points, and the tile for the player will have a health bar. And right now there's no health regeneration, so we'll have to deal with it, that we can lose health. Unless I want to build that in somehow. I guess I'll do that in a minute. Okay, so it shouldn't say you swing and a miss. It'll say the monster strikes at you but misses. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, here goes nothing. Attack this slimy guy. Oh no, I'm getting hit. Oh, it hurts. Ah! Well, he hit me every single time. No, he missed once. I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. Oh, it keeps missing me though. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, he's ruthless. He's striking at me while I'm dead. I am dead. We'll let that come in and call it a day. This particular model doesn't have any maybe fields, so we return early. That's a very diplomatic way of putting it, playing with Skizzers. You could also put it this way. You could say, this test has a problem when models don't have maybe fields. It will inappropriately pass without being marked as a risky test. You could say that. Oh, but you're saying it's not technically risky? But they call it risky because the test doesn't really test anything, right? Basically the test short circuits and says that we're good. Even though the test people think it should be testing something and it's not really because there's no maybe fields. Maybe your explanation is better, I don't know. Okay, so I can walk around while dead. This leads me to the next problem, right? Player death. Probably you shouldn't be able to move. It should say you are dead. It should give you a choice like, do you want to respawn? You know how I can do this? I could have a special death dialogue that you can't escape from. But I don't have dialogues you can't escape from, so that, well, I could have an exception to that. I could have a dialogue that just always triggers when you're dead. And if you try to escape it, you re-enter it. So that could actually be its own system. Players that are dead get, and that are not in a dialogue, get put into the death dialogue. And the death dialogue would say, hey, you're dead. Do you want to just sit here and be dead, or do you want to respawn? And then if you're revived, it would just pull you out of that dialogue, I guess. I don't know. We'll think about that. Do I want to do that next, or do I want to have NPCs pursue you? I could do a simple pursuit where it just tries to get closer to you. But you'd have to decide, can he always see you, or would it have to have some kind of line of sight? Line of sight wouldn't be too terrible. You know what I can do? I can wait until I have obscurity. Like hiding, like tiles that block vision. I can wait until I have that, and then when I have that, I can do pursuit. Based off of whether or not you're visible. I guess in the meantime, just keep it the way it is. You can attack enemies, but only at your own risk. Let's make a death thing. Let me check this in first. Hey there, Jamaica. How are you doing? Enemies are now dangerous in my game. I should make the golem like extra dangerous, especially to Cthulhu, who's not here. So that when maybe it just automatically, maybe Cthulhu is permanently in the golem's aggro table and can't be removed, so it always pursues him ruthlessly. Let's see, what did I do exactly here? Right, I gave players hit points and inventory, so let's add that separately. So ensure players have inventory and attributes on login. And this one was adding features to the array Lua wrapper. Okay, so JSON wrapper, add features for arrays, array wrappers. Is it just new index? It's all of the new index. So let's say assigning past the end, or make it so that assigning past the end of a JSON array extends the array. To fit the new element. Fill any holes made in JSON arrays with null values. Okay. NPC movement. So that's a small change. I don't have a test for it, but stop NPCs from moving if they have aggro on any player. Yeah, and it's going to be first come, first serve in that aggro table. So if two players attack, it's going to attack back the first one until, well, actually, they're going to continue to attack until they're dead. Actually, I should drop them if they're dead. That's probably what I should do next. Because when you're dead, you should sit there, but you shouldn't be in any enemy's aggro table, should you? Yeah. So as soon as it kills you, you should be dropped from the aggro table. Okay, what did I do here? I reordered a bunch of things and I added some player keys. So add a player component keys. And this is just checking in all of the, actually I don't even have all of them. I'm missing some, right? Let's check in all of them. I had has room. Where's my editor? Here it is. New. Save. Has room. Dot Lua. Give sword. I already had give and combat. They don't have systems. Don't have this one. This is the name I'm going to want. So copy that into clipboard, say save, paste.lua. Attack, I have. Region, I have. I don't have these old ones. Oh, these ones I removed from the triggers on the map, but I wasn't sure if I wanted the code for them. I'll keep them, but not in version control. Yeah, I don't really need them, I don't think. Item despawn, I have that one. NPC, okay, so we're all good. So you can add those all. So, add all Lewis game scripts used in testing. Used in the testing environment. Okay, cool. Formally checked in now. And when I take the last step and push that, then it'll be preserved for all eternity. Unless, I guess unless Bitbucket goes down. Okay, so I want to make it so that if you die, you're removed from the aggro table. So let's do that. In fact, I'm going to make a function to drop aggro. Local drop aggro. I don't know what I need yet, but I want the code that dropped your aggro. Where was that? Oh, that was, I should just make that its own function, right? Its own script. New file. Lua. And we'll call this function drop aggro. And we're going to copy it from, yeah, drop aggro. Actually, I've been going with snake case for Lua, haven't I? Yeah. Sort of a choice I made. I don't know why I did that, but that's the choice I made. It was, where did we, oh, it was in here somewhere. It's if they weren't found, right? Yeah, this stuff. This is the drop aggro. There we go. Did you figure out how to teleport the respawning player to a safe location? Not yet. We have to determine what is a safe location. I'm thinking of making two maps. One where NPCs are allowed to spawn, another one where they're not. And have the one where they're not allowed to spawn, that's where you go to when you respawn. And then you can go between the two through some kind of gate, like a natural gateway, like a door. Yeah, I think I'll do something like that. Drop aggro. Because in the real game, what I'll probably do is there won't be attackable NPCs in, like, the towns. And whenever you respawn, you'll probably just be teleported back to a temple or something inside of a town. Yeah, I could do that too. You could just respawn in place and maybe well, would you be able to attack then? I want there to be a penalty, like a substantial penalty from dying. So what they do, like in World of Warcraft, is you can respawn back at the graveyard, or you can release from your body, and if you get back to your body, you can then respawn in place. But then to do the release from your body and have like a spirit mode where you can move but you can't be attacked and you can't attack, and the world looks different, that's a lot more work. So I might do that later. So I was just thinking the simple, you teleport to a graveyard sort of thing, where let's say you were making your way through a dungeon, you'd be teleported out, so you have to make your way back through again. That'd be the penalty. Corpse runs, yeah, exactly. You could respawn them in place to prevent NPCs from getting aggro. Yeah, some games do that, right? But I like the idea of penalize, like you'd have to go through it again. They're really annoying. Well, you could stay dead and let a friend resurrect you. I like the feedback though, so let me give you a point. Let me actually preserve that. Because I don't want to just go with my own thought. I want to have these alternatives at least. And because I hadn't thought about this statement that corpse runs are annoying to some people. I don't want things to be annoying. Penalize them in gold, experience, and items, not annoyance. Yeah, so we could do that. Maybe I make it depend. Maybe I make it depend on the zone that you're in. What happens? We could explore all these alternatives. We could have the corpse run. We could have the respawn in place and you're invulnerable. And we could have the respawn in place and you just lose something, right? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Let me do the easiest stuff first. I just need to have something because I want to get this up onto the server so that you all can try it out. Thought you did lose some experience when you died. I know you used to. I don't know about now. The only real penalty they have all the time, well, for player versus environment, is your gear gets degraded, and you have to pay gold to repair it. A lot of games have you lose gold and/or experience, or you drop items. You have to go pick them up again. If your creature can loot, it strips all their gear. If you wait for a timer to rest, you take skill penalty. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do. Yeah. I like all the feedback. Thank you for the feedback. When you played Tibia, you hated dying and having to run to your corpse, hoping nobody stumbled into your body. Yeah, some games were really ruthless. Like, wasn't it EverQuest? Other people could loot your body if you didn't get back to it in time or something like that. Like, what am I gonna do in the short run? I was working on the drop aggro. I at least need it to stop attacking you when you're dead, because that's just rude that he keeps attacking you when you're dead, right? So I need NPC and NPC entity ID, and I need the player entity. That's it, right? So let's just save that, and then we'll put that into the game. Drop aggro, add, edit, submit, and then let's put that in place here. Why does it think something changed? Oh, because I was going to put it in there. All right. Back to no changes, right? Okay, so if you're not found, then drop aggro, NPC entity, NPC player entity. So this is NPC retaliation. Realm of the Mad God is brutal. When you die, that's it. Your character's gone forever. Yeah. So I could actually do that in my game with because I'm wanting my game to have different play modes and different, like when you go to different zones or different realms, you have different rules. There could be a hard mode realm that when you teleport to it, your existence in that realm is one death, and then you're gone, and maybe you get kicked all the way out, and everything you had gets reset. I don't know. There's ideas we can explore there. What was I doing? NPC retaliation. Edit script. Okay, I was gonna test that, right? So he should stop attacking me when I move away. When I move back, he won't be attacking me. Okay, that worked. Gonna open up a ticket for me if you die in a hardcore realm. Got 2 nice books today. The Game Engine Black Book for Wolfenstein. Oh, nice. I didn't know they had books that you could buy that talked about game engines. I would totally read one of those, just to know what mistakes to avoid. Okay, I am dead. I don't like being dead. Should we do Skizzers' approach first, since it's easy? So let's say you can't interact with NPCs. You can't attack and you can't be attacked. Actually, it's enough to make it so you can't attack, right? Implement a timer for auto res first. Yeah, I could do that. Where well, there's gonna be a timer either way, right? I need to have some kind of mode where you can't move. Let's do that first. I'm thinking of just forcing you into a dialogue when you're dead, calling it death. Maybe there are other cases where you would lose the invulnerability. Yeah, maybe. You have to be careful about, like, if I just force you into a dialogue and you escape the dialogue and then try to move, you'll be able to move when you're dead. You are slain. Crossed in big red, just motivate the player. Demotivate them even more. Oh, nice. Let me make a reference to that, Jalmega. Thank you very much. Maybe there are other cases where you would lose the invulnerability, such as using an item. Yeah. I just want to do something quick right now. How much time do I have? Another hour? Something I can do in an hour. How did I make the input system work? That is is a system? I forget. Yeah, movement system. So I can make this so that you cannot move when you are dead, right? In fact, it should turn off your move if you are in mid-movement. What does this do? Yeah, we should just stop the move if you're dead, right? So I should have a case in here, else if, and then, is dead. Is player dead? Well, is dead is probably good enough. Entity. Then we also do that. That'll turn off the move off for us, so it won't. Actually, it should be or is dead. That's better, right? Because once it's off, this will be false, and so it'll shortcut. Okay, let's just say const auto is dead equals is dead. Evaluate it once, so that if we're stopping moving or we're dead. No, hold on. Let me just type what I'm thinking first. If move off is on, or move off is false, and we're dead. Well, it's only if we're moving. So what does this actually turn off again? It sets the move to null pointer. So I should check move. This stuff. I should move that up here. If is dead and move and not move empty. So if we're stopping movement or we're dead and we were moving, then stop moving. Right? And this should be if the move is empty. Well, move on should only work if we're not dead. So, and not dead is dead. Your workday is over. Yay, Adam party. Guess VR adjustment 3D back then? Maybe. VR demo from 1994. Or they actually wore something back then? A very, very primitive VR. That's cool. This move on. When does that get cleared? Does this turn it off? It does. Okay. Because this isn't really the right spot then. I should just add else if is dead. Continue here. Okay, so the way this works is we see if you're dead, if you're stopping your move, and what is your current move. If we're stopping movement or we're dead and we were moving, stop moving. Otherwise, if we're dead, we don't accept any kind of starting movement or continuing movement. Well, it won't continue. It will have stopped, right? Otherwise, we're not dead. So if we're turning on movement, we reset the movement cooldown to now. And if we haven't yet cooled down, don't move. If we're not moving, don't move. Otherwise, we're moving. Okay, so I need this anyway. Let's pull this up here. Because is dead is going to rely on player. Actually, I can just compute it. They're dead if their hit points are 0. So is dead is int player realm server key player hit points is less than or equal to 0. All right, let's try that out. I shouldn't be able to move anymore because I'm dead. I didn't write any unit tests for it. That's okay. These are simple game system stuff. There's a really funny video made a long time ago that was like a parody on futuristic technology that I thought was really cool. I can't remember what it was though, but it was like it was made by what was it? I can't even remember who it was made by anymore. Well, I should just not talk unless I know what I'm talking about. The guys who made the spacecrafts in the 60s. Not Lockheed, Rockwell Collins. I can maybe find it now if I search. Rockwell Collins video, a parody. See if I can find it. Oh yes, here it is. Found it. The Retro Encabulator.
Here at Rockwell Automation's world headquarters, research has been proceeding to develop a line of automation products that establishes new standards for quality, technological leadership, and operating excellence. With customer success as our primary focus.
I mean, it goes like you're not sure if it's a real commercial or not, But as it goes in, it gets really ridiculous. Here, I'll fast forward.
Automation's retroencabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric fam.
It just keeps going on and on for another minute. It's all technobabble. Yeah. They don't make those like they used to. Should have that guy do commercials for my game? Yeah. I mean, that was a long time ago, right? It was recorded 11 years ago, but I think it's way older. What was I doing? I got distracted by tech videos, parodies. I was testing to make sure that I can't move. Nope, I'm dead. I can't move. So if I give myself some hit points again, I should be able to move, right? So if I let's give myself 1 hit point. And then while I'm at it, let me have it show up in the health bar. There, I have a sliver of health. Now I can move again. But if I attack this guy and he kills me, and I'm dead, I can't move. And he's wailing on me while I'm dead. Not fair. Ouch. What? What's? Did I misspell that and no one told me about it? I did. It should say but misses. Butts. He butts me in the head. There. Should fix it. Butt misses. There we go. 2.66 pages for 24 by 32 images. The book has 3 pages with just the UI images. I see. Okay, so need to drop aggro when I'm dead. That's the next thing, right? So that's in here. Yeah, so it should drop aggro here, right? Drop aggro. Drop aggro needs NPC entity, NPC and player entity. NPC retaliation. And then he should stop hitting me because I'm dead. Yeah, and then he walks away. And he slipped through that hidden teleporter there. You had to pause the stream and watch the whole thing. I'm glad you liked it, playing with Skizzers. Yeah, it's like at the beginning, like you could totally fool someone into thinking it's like some like dry product video first, targeted at some specific engineering audience. But then as you're listening to it, it's like, yeah, this really sounds like technobabble, but it's so well done. The guy like doesn't break out into a smile or chuckle or anything, that you're always like thinking, maybe it's just some kind of tech I don't understand. You never quite know. All right, I'm dead. And the thing is, it'd be really convenient if I could force the player into a dialogue. Actually, that's what I was going to do. Now that you can't move, I can just force you into a dialogue every time you log in, if you're not in one, and you're dead. So I just hard code that then? Or, yeah, I guess I could hard code it for now. You are dead. What do you want to do? So let's do that. Inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors. Logarithmic casing. Did I see it? Oh, maybe not. I don't think I did. Let's see it. Alas, brave adventurer, you have met a sad fate, but do not despair, for the gods will bring you back into the world. In exchange for a small sacrifice, simply click OK to resume your journeys. So yeah, this thing would be like a dialogue, right? And then you would have 2 choices. Stay dead. I guess, well, I think I just give the player 1 choice right now. You have 1 choice, but if you choose not to make the choice, you'll just sit there. Yeah. You are poisoned? You're poisoned and dead? You are dead. Yeah, we're gonna do something like that. Because you could log out or refresh, I want it to like force you back into the dialogue if you're dead. I think that's something the executor did, right? Yeah, so we have this on login, right? Was it remove dialogue when you're log out? Okay, move off when log out. Was it interact or something? Dialogue? Clear dialogue on log. So something like this. It'll be on log in that you are put into the death dialogue if you're dead. Let me look at this one. All right, log out. So this going into a dialogue is actually executing a dialogue start event in the game. So maybe that should be here. How would the NAE component system know? It wouldn't. When does this actually get set? Right here? Enter dialogue. Oh, that's because of the talk. Talk puts you into a dialogue, right? There's going to be a lot of hits for that. Right, player talk. Player talk. Here. Right, there's an event type talk. Right. So I guess it makes sense the executor should, when you log in, should append that if you're not in a dialogue. Cancel would log you out, really. Okay. Enjoy your food playing with Skizzers. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. And it is in the executor, so we're going to go there. And it's going to be like these login stuff. Yeah, so let's start off with this. Ah. Oh, I made a special component called interact? I don't remember doing that. Anyway, this should be called player enter death dialogue if dead on login. All right, so create character. We need to actually give them the hit points, though. So we'll have them give them all the requisite things, only they are dead. No hit points, right? Log in. What would we expect? We expect that the game system is invoked, right? How do I check that? That's the components, right? I forget, how did I rig that up? Ah, we have feedback. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so we're going to check that the feedbacks has that in there. Is this the correct one? Yes. Okay, so expect equal. Let me put a bookmark here. I have a lot of old bookmarks I need to clean out. Okay, so let me go to setup again. What's this feedbacks look like? It's a vector of feedback. which is vector of type and payload. Okay, so it's standard vector of feedback. Now, have I done this in this framework before? I have. There we go. I can just do that. And then I expect the feedback to be... what was it? Event? Event. And what is this? Oh no, the feedback is ECS, right? Is this what I want? This feedback. No, no, it's not feedback. What am I thinking of? It's got to go invoke systems. So this isn't right at all. Okay, let's try this again. Go to setup. And go to setup. There we go. And thanks for the follow. Okay, this actually does go through the real component system. So the component system dialog star will feed back. I just don't remember what it does. Let's see. So I do have the feedback there. I just don't remember what it is. Let's find it. Dialog, right? It's dialog start. What does it do? It's going to advance through the dialog, but the dialog doesn't exist. What will it do? It's going to look up the dialog's entity. So I have to make I have to actually make an example death dialog to have it stick there, right? Actually, it could have a single action which does something we want to that we can observe. Yeah, okay, so let's make a dialog in here. Do I have an example of that? Don't know if I do. It's this one. There's the Bob dialog. Create chat tabs. Why did I have... Oh, yeah. Chat tab. Okay, I don't have one here. But I think I can get one from here. Yes. Okay. Let's just grab this. Here is a dialog. We just need to call it death. And why? What? There we go. Arrow instead of dot. Where do I set the name? Dialog name. There we go. So it's... Need to give it a name. Death. States. Entry state. I just need to have it do something observable, so... There's just a default choice, right? And we'll have it no requirement of next state is just end, and the event will be, we need to do something observable here. So let me steal from that other test to see what observable things did we play with in the past. Just a tell would work, right? Script. We could do a tell. There. So now it should say hello world whenever you log in when you're dead. So create Alice who is dead. login, and we should get the hello world tell, right? Hello world. Yeah, it comes up exactly like this. Message to be sent to the player. So the player is player ID. The type is chat. The line is hello world. It is a dialogue tell because it came from a dialogue. All right, there we go. So run the thing. It'll fail, right? Okay. So we'll fix that in the executor. 1:22 is the time. My time. Okay. So on player login. At some point we look at them. Here we go. So they are not invalid. We'll say, actually right here. Actually, it's if they have hit points, right? If they have hit points, then let's get the hit points. Well, if int as an int, player component, and then get the hit points equals 0, then we're going to invoke the game systems. What's wrong here? Why is this highlighting here? It is, oh, because of this, that should be else. There we go. Invoke systems directly. I should only do that if it's a main game state. That's true. In fact, I think I had this set up so it only goes, like talk, for example, only goes to the leader of the cluster. Let me make sure. Yeah, by making it a command, it's, well, no, hold on. It'll be event, right? It'll go to the executor on event. Okay, so all servers do it then. Why did I do that? Huh, thanks for the follow. I don't remember why, but I have it as long as it's the main state of the game, no matter which server is doing it, they're all going to invoke the game system. Oh, maybe I had this only does it for the leader. Right, only if we're active do we do the thing. And the only time we get a start event is if we are the leader. That's the trick that I did. Why can't I remember this stuff? Yeah, it's in here. Only if we're the leader do we invoke the start. Yeah, so we can invoke the system, it just won't get executed. That's fine. So we'll do in components. No, it has to be if it's the main state, right? If is main, how come I don't get this variable assigned or available? Oh. Wait a second. Oh, I guess I just never needed that variable for it. It's this variable. Well, I guess we'll pass it in then. Okay. Is main game state. Because we don't want to do it on the snapshot state. It doesn't make sense. We only need it on the main game state. If is main game state and they're dead, then game state components invoke system. Invoke system, yes. The system name will be Or do I do systems? All systems. Yeah, all systems. The event. So that's JSON object. Where, okay. Let's cheat and look where I did that somewhere else. I don't do that anywhere else. Okay. I did it somewhere. I did it in talk, right? I was just looking at that too. Yeah, this stuff. And it's only this part. Right. Oh, thanks for the follow. So this should be dialogue start, right? It should emulate what talk does. So let's look for dialogue start. And yeah, so it's dialogue, target, and player. And the target might not be set, right? And why do I have a direction? Oh, because I was copying that just now. Dialogue start. Hold on. I expected to see more than just this place here. Enter dialogue. You know, what happens if you read a sign? Oh, that was the trigger system. Yeah, I remember that. Enter dialogue. So it just calls it directly. And it's the trigger. So there always is an entity. But does that mean you'll have to deal with death directly? I think I'll just have the entity be yeah. So we need this. But what is the target entity? And the dialogue entity is, so we need to find it. That's the problem. So the player entity is a player character entity. That's that. So death. What is death? I guess we will not assign that. What happens if I don't assign a target to a dialogue? I forget what happens. Okay, see ya, John Mega. Okay, there's a target entity. I think it's just gonna be 0, which is fine. Because that target entity, what is it used for? To execute events. It gets recorded as the target of the dialogue, so it's always going to be 0. We're going to interact with that entity, aren't we? What is this? Remove 0 from the interact. That's fine, it won't be in there. I'm just making sure it shouldn't, I don't want it to look up entity 0 at any point. Yeah, with this interact, if that goes back to the executor again, right? Interact. Not here. Really? Okay. It's somewhere. Here it is. Thanks for the follow, by the way. It's going to look for entity 0. Okay, if it doesn't find it, it'll just skip it. Okay, so that's fine. There's no harm in putting 0 here. Because death doesn't have an identity. We're going to deal with death directly. So the only problem is I need to know the entity of the dialogue. So in order for that to happen, we actually have to find the death dialogue, don't we? And that, I already have code to do that, don't I? It had to do with, oh no, I don't. I literally had to loop through and find the death dialogue. Yep. So would that be a callback? So game state components. I guess I would just do a get entity. Get entities, no. Get components of type. Dialog. And then loop through them, right? So we'll have to record these. So int dialog entity. And then for const auto dialog in all of those dialogues. That's going to be a JSON. No, it's going to be a pair. Really? Components of type. Oh, we get the entity ID. Oh, I see. We get the entity ID and the component. That's good. So this is dialog entity and component. If dialog entity got a component first or second, and then its name, right? Key dialog name equals death. Magic is magic. Then dialog entity dialog entity is this one's first, and we can break. And then only if dialog entity is not equal to 0 do we enter the dialog. It's only if there is a death dialog. All right, let's see if that makes the unit test pass. No, it doesn't compile because... Oh, I added a parameter to on player logged in, didn't I? I added the is main game state. Is main game state. So that is in 3 places. Okay, cool. Do we enter the death dialog if we are dead on login? We do not. Why not? Oh, we did, but there was... Oh yeah, there was an interact with death added. I guess we do want to see that, right? So not only do we enter the death... Do we see that chat message, we also are now interacting with death. Why is it R? Oh, remove. Why is it removing death? Oh, because the dialogue ends right away. I'm no longer interacting with... So I don't care about that. What if I just look at if this is in the feedbacks? That's all I really care about, right? So bool death chat found false, right? And then we'll expect true. And then what we'll do is say feedbacks, well, for const auto feedback and feedbacks. If feedback dot type is message, actually, it's if a lot of things are true, and feedback dot payload, this is player ID, and we have to interpret that as an int. And as a string, you just pointed to me out on your screen asking a mini rally monkey who you are, and they responded, Kitty. Kitty! Payload, realm server, key. Actually, I don't have a key, it's just message. And then message, I guess we'll just look at the chat line. Then death chat found is true, we can break. There we go. Use default key bindings for VS Code mostly. There are some that I've customized. Where was it? Can you see that in here, or is that somewhere else where you have the customized key bindings? Key bind. I don't remember. I changed like one or two of them. Is that key bind? Key maps. Oh no, that's something else. I don't care about that. Key. Yeah, preferences key maps. How come that keeps going there? KM. Why does it go there? I don't. It's not an extension. Oh, I think this is it, right? Yeah, so these are the ones I've overridden. I think, why did I do this? I don't remember doing this one. I remember this one, Alt-E for evaluate. So if I'm like, if I do like 42 plus 5, I can do that and hit Alt-E and it evaluates, which is kind of cool. I don't remember doing these at all. Oh, that's right. Because Playing with Skizzers was recommending that I map Alt-L to do this. So like, so this is turning off the default. So like basically this, and then Alt-L puts a cursor at the end, so you can do that. And I don't remember why I turned this one off. Yeah, I guess the minus means you're turning off the command for that shortcut. Yeah, so I don't use very many, and I don't even remember half of the ones I set up. All right. Do I enter the death dialogue when I'm dead? Yes. Cool. You know what? I should not enter the death dialogue if I'm already in the death. Well, this only happens when I log in, though, so we're fine. All right, so let's put it into practice. I actually have to create a death dialogue anyway, so let's maybe do that first. Dialogue. Death. Add. Death dialogue. Default choice. Let's just have it say, you are dead. And then save that. So every time I log in, it should say you are dead, if you're dead. If I, once I restart the servers. Then if that works, I'll have it do something more elaborate, like it'll say, you are dead, what would you like to do? And then give you a menu of things you can do. Okay, that is something random. I know about it, but I haven't bothered to fix it. It's GM only. Okay, this didn't give me the dialogue yet. Let's try that again. Is it happening? I'm just not seeing it. Let me see. It might be a race when we log in. Let me find out. Let's look at the. It won't. Yeah, I actually don't know if it's happening. What if I put a pause in there? Then I would definitely see it, right? Death. So add a pause. Save. And then reload. Should be waiting for me to do something. And it is maybe not. Let me see. Yeah, it says I'm in a dialogue. It could be that this is just not relaying to me in time. Let me look at the Redux actions when we log in here. Oh, reflect dialogue entered. Receive message. Dialogue enter. Select chat tab dialogue. Then we got a whole bunch of sprites. That's interesting. So it never told me I entered the dialogue. Why not? Is it just that it's initializing the input context after it enters the dialogue? This, okay, what's the state? Where would that show up? Input context actions, yeah. What? Oh, wait a minute. It's never telling me that, it's never giving me the input about the, it should be giving me input saying that it needs input. So, wait a minute. This one says to select the dialog chat tab, and it didn't actually do anything. Now I'm confused. Yeah, stop scrolling. Dialog entered. Select dialog tab. So it's in the dialog tab, but it's not just showing. It's not showing me anything. What? Okay, there's some moves. Let me look at the raw network. Refresh. Right, dialog enter. Oh, but it never gives me the message from the dialog, does it? Why not? $67.58. 67.58. Should have said you are dead and then make a pause. Oh, wait a minute. I never execute events on the startup. Oh, shoot. I forgot about that. At least I think I don't. What does Bob do when you first talk to him? It does say something. Okay. So it should have. Let's test this. I should be able to do a pause right away with Bob. So, unfortunately, I can't move because I'm dead. So I need to make myself undead. Let's remove myself out of the dialogue. State, and what is this? What's DT again? I forget what these keys are. Go to key names. Dialogue target, right. So yeah, it's death is 0. What's EI? Event index. Yeah, it's waiting on the pause. Hit points, 1 hit point. Update. And then, just because I wanna, let me update my own health bar. Okay, so I can move around now. Let's go talk to Bob. Where are you, Bob? There you are. So it should pause right on the entry. So it did. Huh. There's the dialog enter. Oh, here we go. There's a request. There's a type dialog request resume that happens first before dialog enter. And there's a dialog tell. Okay, so it happens before. So did that happen when I logged in? Because I'm not dead. It's not going to see it. I need to die again. All right, let's die again. So, bye. And we'll die by having this guy kill us. Now I'm dead. Okay, and then I will restart. So it should enter dead. I know there's the dialogue enter, but there's no tell. Why wouldn't there be a tell? Okay, that should go to the dialogue system, which should feed back to that player character. I wonder if the problem is that this happens before it fully logs on. That might be. Let me see about that. No, it's like right after. They're logged in now. At what point do we record? Oh, wait a minute. I think that might be it. We don't record what client they're connected to until this feeds all the way back to the coordinator. On login? No, it's coordinator auth, I think. Yeah, on login executed. Yeah, and then we do this, where we store we associate the player with the client. Yeah, so the dialog messages is being fed back too quickly. We haven't finished. The coordinator doesn't know we're logged in yet completely. So how do I fix that? Well, one way would be, instead of invoking the system directly, we could what is it? Have it fed back. Have it feed. Okay. Instead of invoking the game systems directly, I could call the feedback to invoke the systems later. That would cause a game command to be appended to actually do this later. Maybe that's what I want. So it'd be more appropriate then for the coordinator to do this, not the executor. So yeah, we'd be back where I was just looking. This on successful client login. It could check here if we're dead. And if so, it could, at that point, say, okay, well, let's then enter the, let's trigger a dialogue start as through the feedback. It's more complicated than I thought it would be. Feedback. On ECS feedback. Right, so we'll just append it directly. And I guess it could do that. Let's pin that. Let's put a bookmark there, and I'm going to go back to auth. Yeah, this is it. No matter how we log in, we get here, right? Yeah. There's like 3 ways you can log in. You could create your account. You could log in normally, or you could reset your password. Yeah, so no matter what way it is, you'll get here. So this is where we increment the login counter and all that. Yeah, I guess this would be the place. So let me move the this test then. Right, this test would not belong in the executor anymore. It would be something that we do in the coordinator. I guess that would go on auth player. Sure, why not? Let's add it there. So this is now a coordinator test for player authentication. After the player authenticates, right? Oh, this never looked at key names before. Huh, interesting. Or really, does this go in ECS? Yeah, let's put in ECS. It's easy to move these things around, right? You just do it. ECS. Player enters death dialog if dead on login. Okay, so... Right, we set up the death dialog. We create the player... Actually, I had a convenience method for this, didn't I? Add test user. So I don't need to do all this stuff, really. I still need to create the entity, though. So I still need to do that, but this part... I can just do that. And then... Oh, thanks for the follow. This is test user ID. And I don't need a instead of mobilize it, what did I do? It's like mobilize server as leader. Yeah, that's important because only the leader executes game systems like this. So, and the login, I have another convenience method for that too. That is this one. Add a player connection. I don't need it, but log in with it. Right, okay, this stuff is what I want. So this replaces all this. And this, this we should do beforehand. Wait a minute, hold on. What does login exactly do? It's gonna append a bunch of entries. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to live with that. So we'll record the number of entries in the journal before, then log in, and then I gotta go through all the entries to see, was there an event to enter the dialogue added, right? So do I ever... yeah, I guess I could... Let's just copy from here. So we'll say death dialogue started. And then this is replaced here, and then this is expect true. Okay, so it's really going to be for const auto entry in... Well, I guess we could look at the entire journal. Yeah, why not? Assert, well, we don't have to assert. If the command is null, we'll skip it. If the, if it's, well, if it's null or the type is not equal to ECS, then skip it, right? Otherwise, we recover the command, and we're going to check to see if it is event. If command actions, oh, there could be more than one, couldn't there? Okay, so we got to loop through. So for size ti, 0 I is less than actions get size plus I. Const auto action is command actions I. If action type equals event. Actually, we can do all the checking here, right? And the so this should be cast to string, and so should the other thing. This, well, actually, event and then type is dialog start, right? I can actually get this first, right? I can say event is that, and then just use event in place of these two. There we go. So it's whatever the executor was doing there. Dialog start and then dialog. interpreted as an int has to be, hold on. Let's fix this syntax here. It has to be the dialog and the entity I created up here in dialog. There we go. Then death dialog started as true. And we can break at that point. And then we can also break early out here if death dialog started. Break. All right, and then all this goes away. Expect true. Cool. So I moved the test, now I'm gonna make sure that it fails. Okay, what didn't build? What did I get wrong here? Oh, that's a function call. There we go. Oh, I got 3 minutes left. So that's probably what I'll wrap up with today. Is I will get the death dialog working so that you can't escape it. You'll at least see it when you log in, and then I'll have to figure out what I want to do. What choices I want to give players when they're dead. Right. So it didn't get started. So now we get to move this code here. This stuff. If they run out of if they don't have any hit points. So let's turn this around. So it's back to the way it was. And then I'm gonna take the code. Did I set up? Oops, I didn't need it. I didn't mean to make a terminal. Did I set up? I didn't set a bookmark on it. It's in auth, right? .cpp. Where are you? Up here. Auth. There it is. So we get the player. What was I doing here? Oh, I was sending the player their inventory. That's what I was doing. And we're guaranteed to have one of these. So yeah, we can send them their inventory first. But then, yeah, this is probably the best place, right? If let's outdent that. No else. We only want to do this if for the leader. Do I have checks like that? Yes, I have checks for that. Yeah, okay, exactly. This is what we want. So, if we're the leader of the cluster is caught up, and the player has no hit points, then components is available through impl components. Right. So we look up and see, is there a death dialog? If so, we can't invoke it directly. We have to request a change to the game. Let me put a bookmark there. Right, so it's one of these. We do this, we make an ECS command. The action, or the actions has this in it. Sort of. I have to encase that in something else, don't I? That has to be what the test expects. Where was it? Wait a minute, where am I? Oh, I moved it to ECS, didn't I? Yeah, it has to have this key. Type and event. So JSON object type is event. And then event is this guy. There. Did I get all the syntax correct here? Doesn't it? I'm missing something. What am I missing? Uptime. Uh-oh, what happened to uptime? Is chat having problems? Oh no. That was a long lag, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm over the 4-hour mark, aren't I? I got a little bit of overtime I can use. It's probably this that it doesn't like, right? It's not login command. What am I doing here? Wait, where am I? Well, what the heck am I doing here? I totally screwed this up, didn't I? I wasn't even looking where I was. I should be here. This is why I should be careful when when I go over time, as I start to make really stupid mistakes like that. That goes there. And then let's undo the damage here. Undo. There we go. All right. Okay, what? So that's impl. There and there. So we get what term we're in, we append it, and then that's all I need to do. Uh-oh. Missing some syntax again. On-screen chat is stuck? But then you said, oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that right. Commands don't show up, right? So what did I do? What did I screw up here? Some syntax markers? Oh, this whole thing is not indented correctly. Probably means I have an extra brace. Yep, that's what it was. Okay, so let me review this. If we're the leader and we're caught up and the player has no hit points, then look up the death dialog. If we could find it, then formulate an action to put through the cluster to feedback to the entity component system, an event, to put that player into, is it player dot character entity? Yes, to put that player into that death dialog. Okay, so let's see if it passes the test then. No. What did it do? I guess at this point I can debug it. Oh, wait a minute. Does this simulate it correctly? It should, but I don't know for sure. Let's put a breakpoint here and debug this. Okay, it did get here. Player component's invalid. That's not good. Why would the player component be invalid? I created them. Oh, I don't store it back in there. This doesn't, yeah, I forgot about that. This has to store it back in there. Do I do this anywhere else in here? Probably. Maybe not. Yes, so yeah, what does this do exactly? Does a player's add? So I would do let me look. ECS tests probably. I'm in ECS tests, and this doesn't ever do players. Oh, there's that. Is that it? Yes, this is it. This is the line I'm missing. Okay. Back bookmarks. I don't have a bookmark in the test. Shame on me. Here we go. Put a bookmark. There we go. Players, change profile, and then this should be character. There we go. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit F7. I mean, whatever I hit. I was hitting F7 to build. Okay, still it's a problem. Why? Okay, there is a player component. If the hit point's not equal to 0, is that the problem? Hit points. What are my hit points? It's 0. Why didn't it go in there? Oh, we're not caught up to cluster. Okay, fine. I made that mistake before too. We have to mobilize, and then we have to say notify server caught up. Yep. That's so that we don't do the same logic a second time if the cluster crashes and then we restart. It shouldn't like enter the death dialog more than once. Okay, cool. A lot of work. Try again with Oop, that's the wrong one. I just snapshotted the real game in production. My goal is to enter the death dialog and then stay there. By actually to stay there, when you try to escape the death dialog, it should not let you escape. I don't think I'll get to that today, but at least should enter the death dialog if I'm dead and I log in. And it didn't work. Huh. Am I not dead? No, I'm dead. And I never entered the death dialog. Why not? Let's see if it got added to the log at all. So that would be the journal. Hey, Tiermate Twitch, how are you doing? Let's see if okay, this journal is getting long. Let me wait until it rotates, and then I'll log in again. What type of game am I making? I'm making like a retro 2D RPG. So it looks like this. There's Bill the Tiger. He's a test NPC. So there are NPCs in the game. If you create an account and log in, you'll appear in the game. You can move around, talk. I'm working on the combat system right now. So, for example, like I'm dead right now. If I wasn't dead, I could walk around and attack these NPCs. I'm working specifically right now on when you're dead and you log in or you get killed, you should enter a death dialog where it tells you you're dead. What would you like to do, and give you some options. Right now it's broken though, so I can't actually show you much of the game because I can't move. I'm dead. But I guess I could temporarily give myself some life. So find where I am, where I'm down here. Here's my entity, and give myself a hit point, right? Now I can move because I am not dead anymore. And then I can, I'm really quick. Actually, let's give myself more than 1 hit point. Let's give myself 24 hit points. I can go around and attack these guys. They'll fight me back, but I'm going to win because I'm faster. Look, there I defeated him. So there's a rudimentary combat system. This test item is a sword that I'm using to attack. If I drop that sword on the ground, I try to attack this guy, it should say, you have no weapon. I have to go pick up that weapon. I can't attack Bob anyway, but I can attack these other guys. Who will win? Oh, he's killing me. No! I barely won. Ah, monsters are brutal. So yeah, they didn't fight back until today. Which programming language do you use for the game? So this is the front end of the game. It is using JavaScript. It's Phaser for the graphics and then React for the user interface stuff around it. But it's all essentially JavaScript. That's the front of the game. Since it's multiplayer, it's divided between a front and a back. The back end is a C++ game program. There's actually 3 copies of it. So on this panel, I can show you that there are 3 copies, 3 different IDs. And the reason there's 3 is so that the game stays up. If one of the servers crashes, one of the other servers will take over. They're constantly getting copies of all the game changes. and I unit test the test-driven development build up that back into the game. It's a pretty complicated server based off of a web server I wrote, and uses WebSockets so that when you this client of the game here is communicating with that server through all these messages. So the server tells you where to draw everything and what's moving around, and then you tell it whenever you want to attack. So like when I was attacking the NPC before, that was all here, I think. Yeah, right here, where you attack different directions, and you swing and you miss, or you hit. Those are all messages being sent back to the server. And then server tells you you hit or you missed or whatever. And here's like updates to the health bar. So the WebSocket is like a network connection between the two. You're Hungarian? Oh, awesome. Your English is fine. Yeah, so the server uses C++ and a bit of Lua. So a lot of the game systems, if I showed you the code, like whenever I attack an enemy, it's through this script here. Like if I attack, the first thing it does is if the NPC has an aggro table, add me to it. In other words, the NPC becomes aggressive to me. And then here's all the attack rolls. Like if we hit, then we do damage. The monster might die, or it might just be modified to change its health. That's in Lua. So combination of the two, and the front end is all JavaScript. Like I said, you should have an inventory and a quest system. I have a rudimentary inventory system. It's just 3 or 4 slots, and there's only one kind of item right now, the sword. But yeah, I plan to add that stuff in a bit. It's just me working on this game, and it's only 7 months old now, so it takes a long time to write a game. I expect, like, by the end of the year, I'll have enough games so that you can actually log in and play it and have something to do. Right now, it's just, there's a lot of, infrastructure in the game that I'm building up. And I need to find out why when I'm dead and I log in, it doesn't put me into... So I need to have an NPC kill me right now, because I'm not dead. Come on, you can kill me. He's missing me. Here, I'll attack both of them. They'll both attack me. Oh, that's interesting. He moved away, right? Oh, no, because I'm dead. I'm dead. So if I refresh, my goal is to have it enter... Oh, there, it worked. It worked that time. You are dead. And then every time I refresh, it should re-enter that dialogue, right? Okay, that time it didn't work. I wonder if it's a race of some kind. Yeah, see that? Every other time? No, it's just random. Sometimes I enter the death dialogue and other times I don't. I want to see where it enters the death dialogue this time. So some kind of race condition. Okay, there it happened. I'm in the death dialogue. What did I see? Right. Chat type you are dead. Request to resume the dialogue, and then the dialogue enter. So what happens if I'm the case where it doesn't enter it? And now what did I see? Yeah, it just doesn't go in at all. For some reason. It's weird. Let me look at the... I was gonna wait for that to happen and look at the game journal, right? So let me find the login. Okay, here's the login. So yeah, it just doesn't do anything, and it just rotated on me. Okay, there's one time it did go in. So 6758 is the death dialogue, right? So yeah, immediately on login, it should do this dialogue start, but it's not always doing that. So down here, when it didn't work, it was right here. Yeah, it just didn't go in at all. Huh. Debug is fun, yeah. You only tried Java, you really love it, but you can only program some game plugins and basic stuff. Well, that's cool. Yeah, stick to what you like. You'll learn that once you've gotten enough experience with Java, it's easy to move to other languages like C#, C++. They're all pretty similar. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure this out today. It's just not doing it sometimes. It would be here, right? Oh, you know what it might be? It might be that this is only called for the client we're connected to. Oh, I know why. Okay. It's only if this server is talking directly to the client, it does this. But let's say you logged into a server and that server is a follower. So that means, yeah, you have a 1 in 3 chance of going into the death dialogue. I need to do it all the time, though. So would I have to move that? I guess I would, right? Or would I have to... Oh, This is going to be more complicated than I thought. So this is only done for the server you're connected to, but I need to do it on the leader server. So yeah, I guess I would do it outside here. Oh, how clumsy. You're a little rusty in Kotlin, which is why you're using some Android. Which is what you're using for some Android right now. So Rally Monkey, can you still do stuff in Java on Android, or are they forcing people to do Kotlin now? You're only able to program in Python? Do you think you can switch to C++ easily? I think it would be kind of hard if you only know Python. But the more Python you know, the more programming experience you have in general, and the easier it'll be. But yes, C++ and Java are pretty different. You can still use Java? Okay. Yeah, so my friends, I'm kind of out of time. I know what to do to fix this, so maybe I'll work on that tomorrow. It's only calling this unsuccessful client login conditionally if we're talking to the server. If this is the server that the client is connected to, I need to move some of that code up here outside the condition so that this check down here to see if we should enter the death dialog, that should be done by the leader server, even if we're not connected directly to it. So I'm going to leave that work for later. Is there anything I can demo while I'm still here that you guys want to see? I can talk about, if you haven't been here before, there's a link to log into the game. I can actually see if someone's logged in there now. No one's there now. Do we have any new players today? Yeah, we have Lithium 820 logged in. No one's logged in now, though. Whenever someone creates a new account, they're not shown, the name is not shown until I check to see the name is fine, and then I unmask the player. And then there's a ticket created just in case I need to chat with that person about their name choice. But most people have been picking names that are fine. I mean, A, that's okay. It's sort of a weird name, but... Oh, Lazy Guru is logged in. Let's go find... Oh, there they are, right there. I have this thing now, if I don't know where you are, I can double-click you and then do go. And you have... That's right, you have a mixed... There's a problem with the inventory. This should be null. Or I'll fix your record while I'm at it. Oh, there's a new player. Who do we have here? Lightchain09. There you go. So we'll go turn that off. So you can't do much in the game yet. This version of the game that's live, you can't, there's no attack key. So instead there's the prototype system where if you walk over here, you can hit the G key, or there should be a pick up item button to pick up these swords. And if you have a sword in your inventory and you step on one of these NPCs, they will die. And after 3 times, your sword breaks. So I'm moving this. By the end of the week, it should be where your items don't break. They won't appear on this island anymore. You'll have to have, there's some other mechanism, probably an NPC that you'll talk to get a weapon. And then once you get a weapon, you have to actively attack these guys with the attack command. And they will fight you back, and if they win, then you'll die, and you'll either be stuck or you'll have to respawn somewhere else. That's the goal for this week. Yeah, and I guess one thing I didn't also talk about is there's Twitch integration. So all of the chat in my channel that's from VIPs and above shows up in Golem messages, and you can filter these out. There's some, for players, there's chat filters. So like I can look at chat or not look at chat, and you can customize this in your profile here. You can say, well, and all I don't want to see Twitch chat. So you could just turn everything on but Twitch chat, and now you won't see any Golem messages, right? Or I can turn them all back on. Actually, I guess that's what this reset is, right? Yeah, anyway, you can customize what you see. And for those that help me in chat and earn points, they show up in game here. And I can sort by that. You can see Newey's got 79 points, Liquidor's got 45. You can't do anything with those points yet, but later I hope to, once I have content in the game, I want to be able so you can redeem the points for in-game rewards and that kind of thing. Heard you say no one's logged in, you figured you'd help me out? Well, thank you, Lazy Guru. I will give you a point for that. And you can see down here, now Lazy Guru has 2 points. Climbing that point ladder. Yeah, there's also 2 ways you can give me feedback offline. So in addition to talking to me online, if I'm not streaming and you have feedback, there's a ticketing system. You can open a new ticket and describe if it's a bug or a suggestion or whatnot. And the other way is I have a GitHub that is dedicated to just issues. There's no code there. It's just an issue tracker. So let me know if you have any feedback. So that's about it for me. I'm going to continue this work tomorrow. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Continue this work tomorrow. The goal will be that you can't escape death, and death, you'll be in a special dialogue where, like, if I try this 1 out of the 3 times, it will work. So let me try it until it happens. There we go. It'll say you're dead, and then right now it's just a pause and you're done, right? What I wanted to do is give you a menu of choices. So you can either respawn in town or whatever safe spot, or maybe you can resurrect in place with some penalty, something like that. And once I have that in place, then I could probably push this into production and then, work on the next thing, which I don't know what it's going to be. There's like, 100 different things I need to do, and I can only do things one at a time. But I hope you'll join me for whatever I decide to work on tomorrow. My schedule is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so I'm a little bit over time today. I'm happy that you were able to join me today, though. I'm going to go raid someone, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'm just checking to see who's streaming right now that we can raid. Last time I raided Simuleos, someone didn't like the fact that there was a lot of math. But yeah, I think I raided him too soon ago. Someone else? How about some open source programming? Oh, no, he's ending his stream and raiding someone else, so that won't work. Hold on. He's raiding someone who doesn't appear to be online. Oh, I guess he is. That's weird. Okay, well, let me pick someone else. No, G-Jip still the door unlocked user. You 1.4 megabyte? I did work on those other things, Tomos. So, where is it? Where can I show you that? If I log out here, I set the max width, and if you try to just hit sign up, it'll tell you have to fill in at least the name and password. So I did do that. I'm not sure what I would do for gzip. I'd have to look into how CloudFront serves those files, though, right? That's still on my list. I'll get to it. So I haven't pushed this to production either, so you won't see this until I push the next version. Centered? Didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm quick to admit that I am a is this the right place? Yes. I'm quick to admit that I'm a novice when it comes to CSS and HTML, definitely. So let me give you a point for that. Anyway, I'm back to trying to find someone to raid right now. There are a few people who I want to raid, but they're never on when I need to find someone. How about we just raid Spherus again? No problem, Tamoose. Thank you for the suggestions. I'm gonna raid Spherus. She's a Unity game dev, and I'm not sure exactly what she's working on right now, but recently she's been working on was it the targeting system or the financial system inside the game that she's working on? Have ever two streamers ever raided each other? I don't know. I think they end up just both going offline, and it's sort of double sad, right? Yeah, GitHub. You can find all of the components that go into my game, but not the game itself there. One problem I realized is that the stuff on my GitHub is sort of a spider web of dependencies. I need to do some work on making them independently reusable. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, you can post a suggestion, that's sure. I'm gonna go about chunks, okay. Yeah, feel free. No problem at all. Let me set this up, and I need to go. I'm gonna set up this raid, and I'm gonna wish you all a good day. So yeah, hopefully you'll join me tomorrow. Have an awesome rest of your day. We're gonna go check out Spherus right now, okay? Bye!